can tell now is that it needs, simply because the government of the day denied the decentralization policies to be rolled out the way it's supposed to roll out. That is what is even denying jobs at every corner in this country. So we are saying that these two things must be looked at from a decentralized point of view, and then the 24-hour economy must be grabbed by the decentralization policy from assembly members. That is what I think.
Well, thank you so much for joining us on set as well. Council, let me also pick your final thoughts quickly before we engage some other people.
All right, so we are telling Ghanaians a very simple thing. Our women should be in excitement because one of their basic needs, which is a means of getting funds to do their trading, to do their business, is coming up through the women's banking. It's a means to create employment for them as well, and to strengthen those who are doing business. You're able to gain resources, financial resources to support their business and move on. Again, the youth should be in excitement. Looking at what we are putting up, 1 million youth into coding. Those who are going to tech startup, there's a resource available that they are going to tap into. Jim has mentioned, for instance, those who are into surplus trading. It's not amazing to hear that there's going to be a flat rate, and aside the flat rate, there's a backup. What is a backup? He has promised to give you a financial set up a financial scheme whereby even if your goods comes in and you are not financially strong, you can go there, get some money, clear your goods, pay back within 2 or 3 months after you have sold your goods. So we have solution-oriented policies that are coming up, which are going to be read into details today. So Ghanaians should be in excitement and move towards the wind that is blowing. The wind of change is blowing, and the change has set up from here. As we are coming, you could see on the way. People are ready for change. We are entreating every other person in this country that on the day of election, never sleep. Don't sit somewhere and say, oh, me, I'm not going to vote. Vote. But vote for the change that we all need. And let's sack this incompetent, corrupt, and nepotistic government to go home.
Council, thank you so much. Enjoy the manifesto launch as well. But I see one gentleman here, John and the Carlos, with an inscription, I am a doctor and I'll vote for John Mahama 2024. He is a professional medical doctor, I should believe. Dr. Robert Doe is joining us on set as well. Doc, thank you so much for joining us on Wezo TV. You are from the medical industry. What does today mean to you, and what are your expectations?
Today is a very great day for me personally and for every professional in the NDC. Today is a day that we are calling on every professional to come out boldly and defend the NDC. Once you are an NDC member, do not shy away from the party. Come out boldly. The policies that JM is bringing for the health sector, so amazing. One of them is the training of our nurses, the training of our doctors. JM is saying that when he comes, he's no longer going to put the quota system in operation. That the nursing training will be open to everybody. So you come in, and then you also have the chance to access the student's loan. And then all the projects in the health sector that this administration is embarking on, JM says he's going to complete all of them, because the hospitals that they are putting up, they cannot finish this Agenda 111 before they leave office. JM says that that assurance, when he comes, he's going to complete those projects, and then he's going to invest heavily in the training and upgrading of the skills of doctors and all other grades of medical practitioners, allied health sciences, laboratory sciences, and that is super. And as a medical person, there is no other government that has shown promise and commitment in lifting the standard of healthcare in Ghana apart from the NDC. See what JM did with the Rich Hospital. See what former President Professor Mills and JM did at the University of Ghana Medical Center. For these reasons, we are saying that when JM comes, he has shown that he has done it before, and he can do it. So, my fellow professionals, you may be an engineer, you may be an accountant, you may be a teacher, you may be a lawyer, wherever you are. Once you believe in this probity, accountability, and justice, come on board with the NDC. And the policies, I'll speak directly to the youth now. This is the time for the youth. My fellow youth, the future of Ghana is in our hands. The second independence is in our hands. This is the time we must change the destiny of this nation. If Ghana does not come to the NDC, if NDC doesn't take the leadership, Ghana will be in a great mess. We must hold people accountable for the stewardship that has been granted them. Look at the All African Games, my youth. They have spent the money in your name. They have spent the money on your behalf, but those monies did not come to the games. They said they have paid GBC certain amount. These monies were not given to GBC. My youth, bring JM to hold these people accountable. He says when he comes, he's going to boost the ICT training of youth. He's going to invest a lot of money and put people into the coding system. The future is ICT. Let us bring JM. My fellow youth, the change is now. Thank you. Part of this change. And when the history is being read that the second independence is won for Ghana again, you will be counted as a worthy contributor to this change. Vote for JM, vote for change, and vote for your future.
Very well, Doc. Thank you so much for joining us on set. But let's get more closer to the younger ones, the youth, because they have the future in their hands as well. I see you with the inscription, think like Nkrumah, fight like Rollins. Why? What's the meaning?
Well, I think we've gotten to the point that we need leaders in this country, and if we have the leaders, they need to start fighting like those who paved way for the independence and the democracy we have today.
What does today mean to you as a young man?
Well, it's just a normal day for me. I'm just hoping to hear or be promised something new. I mean, as a young person that goes around, I'm a young activist. I go out advocating. I listen to the plight of the young people, and majority of the young people are not just complaining of, there's joblessness, there is insecurity, high rise of insecurity in this country, there are lawlessness in this country, and Machiavelli, we all know, doesn't really care. Okay, the life of Ghanaians are not being protected. We've had countless time, even here in Winneba, we had this woman that was thrown outside from a hospital, and not even a minister of state, the vice president or the president himself spoke a single word about it. This speaks that the leadership doesn't really care about the people of this country, of which they take an oath to come and protect. So I am here to get the hope back again as a young person, as a Ghanaian, that I feel like living home. Because when you speak about Ghana to people diaspora, they will tell you that, I don't risk coming back to Ghana. I don't like coming back to Ghana. And the reasons are that Ghanaians' lives are not being cared for. Ghanaian lives are not being protected by the people we give power to for them to protect the Ghanaians. So I am here to actually hear something different, something that will give hope to the youth of this country, something that will inspire the youth to calm down, because there are a lot of tensions rising in this country. There are a lot of tensions rising. Myself, I don't know if you've not seen, but Fix the Country and most activist group has risen up in this country, making sure that we hold government to account. And this constitution we are using today, majority of the clauses in the constitution needs to be scrapped out. Even if the constitution is not going to be taken out entirely for it to be renewed, the Constitutional Review Committee that was set up by Atta Mills needs to be accepted by now. We are hoping that this government, if Ghanaians should vote for NDC and Mahama back to office, they will touch the constitution to bring hope back to the young people of this country. Or else, I always say, when change is too long denied, it's not that the people plan for violence, but the angers within them will start erupting. And it will definitely happen, because we are going to rise up and make sure that the hope of this country will not be taken for granted. The future, which is the youth that will be coming after us, will have hope and not blame us for we keeping quiet and watching things destroyed to the point we have gotten to. The impunity is getting too much. The tyranny is getting too much. The lack of, law for Ghana, the lawlessness is getting too much. And we need leaders to solve this problem. And if you are going to be a leader, we need fighters to run and fight and make sure we save this country. This country is broken and we need a change.
Do you see the NDC giving you that hope as a young man?
It's not about NDC, it's not about MPP, it's about leadership. If the NDC is going to give us leader, we need him. If the MPP is going to give us leaders, we need him. If any other person is going to come up and lead this country and give us the leadership we deserve as a people, that is what we stand for. So NDC is within Ghana, MPP is within Ghana, but I give Ghanaians the opportunity to think about the policies, to think about the kind of governance with experience to make the decision. Because we should remember that whatever decision we are making out of this 2024 elections is going to have a consequence, and those consequences will not only affect us living today, would affect the next generation coming. So we should vote wisely and think of choosing leaders and not politicians.
I'm grateful. Thank you so much. Enjoy the program as well. So if you are just tuning in, you are live on Wezo TV. This is the election center. We are currently located on the premises of the University of Education, Winneba campus, just right in front of the Chofos Anamwa Mensa auditorium. Let's get up close to one of the parliamentary candidates who is contesting the Okaikwe South constituency seat, Honorable Ernest Adomeko, and of course he is here with us as well. Thank you so much for joining us, Honorable. And what are your expectations? I've spoken to ordinary Ghanaians. They have spoken about jobs. They have spoken about hope that they are anticipating that this manifesto will give. You are representing, you are trying to represent a chunk number of the people as well. What have they told you? What are their expectations?
As you just mentioned, we are expecting hope that we are all expecting to see. We are all going to see everything. We are going to get detailed information from the manifesto. We have mentioned some few things. Recently, we launched Youth Manifesto, which we mentioned some things like Women's Bank, which is going to support our women in the market and those who do small trading. Because when they go to these commercial banks for loan, they tell them they don't have collateral, so in the nutshell they don't qualify to have access to loans. So His Excellency, the incoming president, mentioned that he is bringing this bank to support our women at the bank. As we brought Agri Development Bank to support farmers, we are bringing this one to come and support our women, and also mention about youth artisan certification, which we are going to train people in the school, give them school training.
Because looking at the economy, we just mentioned about 24-hour economy, which is going to build the economy, because now everything has messed up entirely. The 24-hour economy is going to affect our inflation positively.
How is it going to affect the inflation positively? We are saying that we are going to reduce the taxes for them, and then also the energy consumption, electricity that they will use in the night, we are going to reduce it for them so that they can have access to a whole lot of things like reducing cost reduces. It affects the inflation.
Because it's going to affect the buying price or their selling price. Once the selling price reduces, automatically people also enjoy. And then those who are also not getting jobs, one same company, assuming they have 200 workers, it means that if they want to run 3 shifts, they are going to employ 600 workers. So 24-hour economy is a game changer. It's going to support our economy.
I'm grateful. But again, with the issues about some tax reforms, for instance, there has been calls for the scrapping of e-levy, there has been calls for the scrapping of betting tax, the sanitation tax, and what have you. Do you expect to see that being captured in the manifesto of your party as well?
You know, as for JM and NDC, once we promise, we make sure we deliver. Why do we still pay COVID levy while there is no more COVID? And as Baumia said, we don't have to charge or we don't have to tax mobile money. Now he is taxing mobile money. Now we are saying that we are going to take off e-levy so that it can help for people to do businesses electronically. Because I don't see why I just bought an item which I've already paid taxes on it. When I'm going to pay, they also charge me another tax. It doesn't even make sense. That's why we are saying that we are going to abolish the e-levy and then also the gaming tax. The youth are not getting jobs. Now they are spending all their energy on gaming. Now the government is taking 10% out of whatever they win. What if they lose? When they lose, you don't give them 10% of whatever they lost. So we are going to abolish it for the youths. Yes.
I'm grateful, Honorable. Thank you. But let's pick the last bite quickly from the women. Let's also find out from the women what they think of the manifesto. Thank you so much, Honorable, for joining us. But let's find out, because there has been just mere words that there is going to be an establishment of the
Women Development Bank. What does it mean? Are they expecting this to be captured in the manifesto as well? JMC Women Development Bank. What does it mean to you?
Oh, bank na wode ba no e je bebre because mba no ye ne ye hia bose a ye ko bank a what ye nkofa asase anase fie embra ye sue yi bi na wei manager kro ba ya ba mba kuti no be ya djuma ho nti ye kwa ye da kukudu na boko na ya ko jiska na ye tum ye da ye business na nde abayi mesuma ye se mama le president mama ba na so ma ya sna ya so bobo ye nkunu mo me fie aya anyiji nti yi na ya da ya me aseda ma me no na ye papa waso ho da wode aba da wode bobo amba mba ye som na ye botu aba no so asai na ya na boko ajeman ye botu amano na ya to amajo mama na MPC no so oba biala nya ambassador da boko fiefie onye mba na mba nkakasa na wotu aba no ma excellency John Dramani mama onne ne ye hia ono wamba mba ya bibia ne nkodo eti mesramba mba yanya kukudur yanya bold yan kofiefie house to house room to room base to base yan won kasa mba ya kasa kire mbanyin pa woti ese nda obanyin okakasa kire ne yanku banyin na nyame ya dom mentuba papa to agudo na ya di kunyim 2024 election eti me gira ha me ko so asi adwuma ku enyan asia mempi honorable Atofosing woman organizer ko so asi woman organizer nkasi
May I say. Well, so basically she's just assuring the viewers that look, they have confidence and trust in the man John Dramani Mahama and the running mate Professor Nana Opoku-Agyeman, and they believe so much well that when they assume the position of the presidency, they will try and bring back that hope that has lost. The frustration written on the faces of the many Ghanaians that are gathered here tells it all. But let me cross over to the studio where Eric Ahianyo is still on standby with some of the guests. Stay with us here on Wezo TV. We've got you.
Thank you very much, Randy. This is Wezo TV Election Center, and I'm sure many of you can now see the excitement that is building up. Lots of people want to talk about what NDC wants to share with Ghanaians, what Ghanaians must hear, and what will determine the way forward, especially when we want to look at the theme which will run through this 2024 manifesto launch. Resetting Ghana is talking about jobs, accountability, and prosperity. I'm in the studio with two academicians, Dr. Milha Abubakar with the Political Science Department of the University of Education, Winneba, and Dr. Professor Ferdinand Ahiakpo, who is also with the Economics Department of the University of Cape Coast. You were on the floor before we crossed over to Randy. Yeah. We're trying to look at the NPP's 2024 manifesto, but it will look like people have heard it, they may have made up their minds already, but even before we talk about what people should be expecting in the 2024 manifesto, what are those brief comments you wanted to make?
Yeah. So you realize that they had an introduction where they went all back to 2016, which I feel is irrelevant because Ghanaians felt NDC was not doing well in 2016, and so they voted for you. And so we expect you to do better. And when you are giving us manifesto in 2024, you start from where we are in 2024 and not take us back to 2016 just to try to make themselves look good, that they inherited an ill economy, which is not so, because we handed over to you and then it's been about 8 years. How have you managed the economy? That is where the manifesto should have started from. But that notwithstanding, the manifesto made a certain promise which I feel is relevant to the current situations that we have in Ghana. It was that the promise of the manifesto was that it would stimulate business and create jobs with strong focus on private sector, and that they will be committed to invest in the growth of the Ghanaian business, create millions of secure jobs for the youth, ensure individual and collective prosperity, and save communities, and offer a problem-solving leadership of integrity. This mission or this vision is very relevant today, and so I would say the manifesto is relevant, and it is good that they have such a manifesto. It has so many strengths, but for the lack of time, I cannot go into all the strengths of the manifesto, but I will just highlight some three that I think are very important going forward. It promises the creation of jobs for the youth, which I think is very, very important. The manifesto also promises to incentivize Ghanaian startups in selected strategic sectors. Our current depreciation issues is all as a result of the import-dependent nature of our economy. And so, if the manifesto is promising to incentivize startups that can actually create and produce goods that we can consume in our own country without importing, I think it is a positive one. And also, it promises to reduce the cost of living, which is our biggest problem today. And so, if they will really work on that, Ghanaians would be very happy with that. And finally, care for the elderly, which I think is very crucial, considering the fact that majority of elderly people in Ghana do not have access to social security, and they tend to suffer a lot. Now let me come to the weaknesses that I think are found in this manifesto. First is the fact that the repetition of unfulfilled past manifesto promises is an acceptance that the government has not performed well and has, if you would say, failed to a greater extent. For example, Agenda 111. We were told it will be completed. This was promised in 2020 during COVID. The government is leaving. I don't think they have inaugurated about even 2% of Agenda 111. And so it's a total failure repetition. And then expanding agriculture. How has the PFJ performed? Planting for food and jobs. And you would realize that in the last 3 months, Ghana has experienced serious high cost of food prices. And it is all because planting for food and jobs has not actually achieved what it set out to achieve. And so it is back again in the manifesto. How or what are they going to do different to ensure that this time around?
Will be the questions that we'll be asking. Now, let me come to you, Prof. You would notice that many of those who had the opportunity to speak to Randy were speaking to some of what John Dramani Mahama and his running mate, Professor Nana Jenobokwajiman, have been telling Ghanaians they will do to address the challenges we are facing today. Jobs cut across, resetting the economy cut across. For you as an economist, a policy advisor to the minority leader who may have spoken to people on the ground or colleague experts which has informed what will be unveiled today, what are the solutions in there that we should expect?
So thank you very much. If, as you rightly said, the key thing which is for this manifesto is job. And you see, we need innovation to solve this particular problem. We have tried all the policies, they've said a lot of things. But now let me tell you, if you listen to the innovation that the NDC has brought to address the issue, let's look at what they are talking about, the 24-hour economy. What does it mean? If you have a company, you need to only employ 8 people. I'm just giving you an example. You employ 8 people to work for you and then they close. Then what happens in the night? You see that it takes a long time for more people to be employed. So one of the key innovations that the NDC is saying, and our flag bearer is saying, is that no, we are going to create the 24-hour economy. What it means is that you work, first batch work, when you close, the business also continue, people come. So a job that should employ, let's say, 10 people will end up employing averaging of, let's say, 30. Then people make fun of it and say that, oh, but if you are going to employ, why will you invent somebody to employ? Because there is no demand for it and all those things. Let me just give you a practical example. We know that when you are working during the daytime, the businessman is interested in making profit. So he takes a very cognizant of the cost of doing the business, because it's going to pay electricity bill. So during the daytime, he may decide to off some of the light and do production so that his cost of doing the business, and then he can make more profit. So if you ask that business person to produce in the night, it means that his cost of producing will now be high because he has to pay for additional electricity bill. So Mahama is saying that, okay, my fiscal policy, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to emphasize you. The electricity bill that you are going to use in the night, it will be reduced. You are going to use a different tariff system. So if you use a different tariff system, what it means is that though you are going to use electricity, the light in the night, your cost of producing will become equal to what you have been doing during the daytime.
Form of
incentive. So you now say, okay, my cost of production will not be too high. So you now be motivated that, oh, I can run 24 hours. Then people said, oh, but if you do, what will be the demand for it? What is the demand for all this business thing? But let me tell you, when assuming that Mahama said, okay, we are going to produce furniture for all the school, and the government said that furniture must be produced by a local company. So what and we are going to incentivize the local company to produce the whole they know. Okay. What it means in that case is that there is already demand for it because the person produced, there is how do you call it an outlet for it. Yes, that will
absorb the furniture.
Another thing that you mentioned that you see NDC we think because we say things. You know we established the Exim Bank. What is the purpose of that Exim Bank? Is to promote the non-traditional exports. And what are the non-traditional exports? They are not the cocoa, the diamond, the oil. They are the cosmetics, the dresses that people make. So if we incentivize people that the people can produce in the night, it means that the Exim Bank then come in now to assist them to also export their commodities. And remember, when they export, what are they bringing? They are bringing dollar to the economy. So the shortage of the dollar, where your dollar will be dancing like Baumia dancing on the stage, will be the thing of the past because the dollar will be available now. So you see how it is linked. So the 24 economy, you link it to the Exim Bank. Now, how do you also do that one? After linking to the Exim Bank, remember, a lot of women are in the informal sector. And the women must also produce. So you create a bank for the women, which will remove the obstacle of access to loans. So women will now also have money, produce traditional goods, and then Exim Bank help them. They also export. So in that case, you reduce the poverty, the vulnerability of women. So the whole thing is a web. You need to think about it. So you don't need to just come to a table and say, I'll create 22,000 jobs. How are you going to create? It must be sustainable.
So that's interesting. And for those of you who are watching, this is the live coverage of the NDC 2024 Manifesto launch. We are here at the University of Education, Winneba. My guests are helping us to look at expectations and, of course, break down some of the policy issues. In 2020, John Mahama, then as a candidate, raised several issues in the manifesto, what they described as the People's Manifesto. At that time, we got the understanding that it was a bottom-up approach. They got on the ground, spoke to different groups of people, various stakeholders, understood what the people want, and that is what has informed that manifesto they put out. In 2024, we understand that it is almost the same process, and John Dramani Mahama has assured that it is not about presenting a crop of people he would describe as appointees or people working with his government who know it all. He's going to open up his government, bring on board all kinds of brains, brainstorm on issues, come together, understand what will drive this country forward. I'm sharing with you some highlights of the 2020 manifesto in the form of graphics. I'll read along some of them. I just want you to reflect on some of these things I'll be referring to as they appear on the screen, because at that time he made reference to one major policy initiative he described as roll out the big push policy, which he said he was going to set aside $10 billion as investments in infrastructure, and this was going to include dualization of major roads. They were going to look at the railway sector, hospitals, markets, schools, and etc. These directly or indirectly were supposed to create jobs. Now he was also looking at macro fiscal policies, tax waivers, reduce inflation, boost revenues, encourage vehicle assembly of companies, introduce rural investor incentive to create meaningful employment employment. Of course, he was talking about provision of tax incentives for indigenous and value chain industries. It was talking about introducing the agriculture value chain tax incentives regime, engaging landlords in real estate investors and tenants to review the Rent Act, review or expand the free SHS program to include the private senior high schools, which is very, very instrumental here because we know of the double track system, we know of the need for expansion and the cry by private schools for expansion. He was talking about setting up a gold board for small-scale mining sector, and then of course he made reference to special pensions. And of course, if you look at it, it will come across on the special pension schemes for the cocoa and cashew farmers, driver unions such as GPRTU, Protua and cooperatives, Ghana Union of Traders Association, beauticians and hairdressers, dressmakers and tailors, garages, artisans, and it goes on and on and on. I'll share with you more of what was captured in the 2020 manifesto, but I've had conversations that the NPP's 2024 manifesto, for example, is a copycat of some of the promises made by the NDC in 2020. Yes, when it comes to the area of jobs, all of them will share their ideas, whether through digitalization or through the agri sector or industrialization. For you as an architect, directly or indirectly, of this manifesto that will be unveiled, what do you see that is very instructive that NDC can boast of and hold on as your work?
So thank you very much. You know, when I heard Honorable Baumia shouting of digitization comes with infrastructure. Without the infrastructure, digitization cannot start. Who started the digitalization drive? Right as you said, we even have the digitalization center established around the cycle and the fibrotic, how do you call it, cables lay. So when he's talking about digitalization, he hasn't provided even any infrastructure to even start off the disease. But my brother, let me just before I give you information on how do you call it, what Baumia said, and whether they've copied our manifesto or not, or whatever is happening, what Ghanaians are there. Let's look at this again. There's a fundamental question that I think Ghanaians need to be asking Baumia. Currently, we are paying Baumia, we employ Baumia as our vice president of this country, which everybody knows, and we are using our money to pay him. And as we are paying him, he has to work. He has not finished his work and we are still paying him. And he is supposed to manage the economy. And he is the head of the economic management team. And now you are receiving salary. Unless he comes to say that he's not receiving that. He's receiving the salary now as the one to be working for us and telling you that you don't worry, I'm not going to work. When you elect me before I'll do A, B, C, D, then why are you taking salary now? Then you have to resign because I'm paying you to make my life better. You are taking that salary, but you are telling me that no, you don't worry, continue suffering. When you elect me now to become a president, I'll do A, B, C, D. Now let's go to the A, B, C, D that you wanted to do. You just said something very simple now. Go to our 2020 manifesto. Most of the things he said is just copy and paste. And you know one thing the MPP is very good at? They copy, paste, but they don't know how to implement because they don't have the implementation plan. I can tell you for sure, everything John Mahama will say here today as a promise, we have already developed an implementation plan waiting for that implementation. We don't finish, we don't just come and make the noise and then go back now before we are thinking. Everything that we have done,
which is very interesting, of course. Yes. We'll be taking a short break, but don't forget that this is the 2024 manifesto launch of the NDC. This started way back in 1992. At that time, it was restoring stability after a decade of military rule. In 96, the NDC's manifesto was themed around economic stabilization, infrastructure, housing, roads, health, and education. In 2000, it was launched by Professor Millsden, need for control continuity. In 2008, because NPP had won election in 2000 and Kufuor had been in power between 2001 and 2009. 2008, the manifesto at that time was centralized on what was promised Ghanaians: better Ghana, jobs, health and education. 2024, consolidating gains. 2012, consolidating gains by the Mills Mahama administration. 2016 was hinged on infrastructure, which has become the trump card of John Dramani Mahama. And we have seen 2020 People's Manifesto, and we are waiting for the 2024 Manifesto launch. I've been doing this with two academicians, and of course, this program is not ending. The event should be starting officially from 12 o'clock. Don't go away. This is Wezo TV Election Center. After this break, we'll continue with our conversation.
The victory of Muhammad.
As a student, I'd want to vote for someone that can guarantee that after my years in school are done, I'll get a job that can feed me. Listening to what the 24-hour economy entails, there's no two ways about it than John Mahama is the president. This is why I choose John Mahama.
Atom Emmanuel Mam. It chose Jim because in like a lady money about man no ya. Eyaka won ye many or the Ame Maliwo. Ame Lakawa, Ame can adapt our economy. Yani Toma. You want like game. Lady money by any Esama Nima Bayam. No one choose JM.
I choose JM because I would want to see him continue his good works, such as building the hospitals, schools, etc. And then I would want to see him particularly to introduce the 24-hour economy. This is why I chose JM.
The victory of Muhammad.
John Dramani Mahama because he's a visionary leader. He is visionary but not a prophet. He couldn't have predicted the COVID-19 outbreak, but he built an ultra-modern hospital which came in handy during the pandemic. This is why I choose John Dramani Mahama.
The victory of Muhammad.
Can say all the nice things they want to say about JM, but I choose JM for his straightforward tax approach. No reciprocity, no sloganeering. Experience over experiment. Ejumera all the way.
Everybody wants JM to come, including even the MPP themselves. And you need a change of government. We need a competent, a down-to-earth. We really need a political surgeon to come and restore the health of the country.
More than 100% yes. He has to come.
We've never had someone who have had a one-term experience going back to reflect. So he comes with a lot of reflection and circumspection. He comes with a lot more vigor, having been back in opposition for 8 years. And we all know that he is a transformational leader, and he certainly has reflected. This would provide us with a leader who would not only hit the ground running, but running the right direction.
You don't measure the greatness of a leader only by his achievement, but you look at the obstacles that the person has overcome. I believe that John Mahama has what it takes, the experience, the wisdom, the track record, the integrity to take Ghana back to its position of destiny.
Akufo-Addo does not have the experience, and we can all see he didn't have the experience. He's collapsed the economy, nothing is working well. So things he has been there, he knows how to get us out of this mess. I'm sure Ghanaians would rally their votes behind him to come and save us because we're in a mess.
We are at a place where the country is almost shattered, and we need someone who has the requisite skills and the needed expertise around him to execute the job. That person can only be John Dramani Mahama and no other person else.
In leadership and the electorate, you must build trust. And this is what President Mahama has been able to build. He's been able to establish trust between himself and the electorate, especially at the grassroots level.
The country has to progress. The only person that has got the magic wand, the only person that has done it before, the only person that has uplifted the people, and the only person that continues to have the passion, the commitment, and want to go to the fuller extent of providing relief to the people and ensuring their sustainable livelihoods. It's His Excellency John Mahama.
I believe that with his return in 2025, Ghana will rediscover her true self, and Ghana will be back on the path of progress.
He didn't let us sleep. He pressurized us. 2 a.m. calls, 12 midnight calls. He said, I will fix Dumso, and I'll fix it. And he fixed it. He takes things that are damaged and he recreates or rebuilds them. It is these characteristics that make me know that even though the economy is in shambles, if he comes back or when he comes back, he will rebuild and he will fix it.
Welcome back. This is Wezo TV Election Center. We are live from the University of Education, Winneba. The NDC is launching its 2024 manifesto today, and there's a lot of activity here. Young men, young women, the elderly, party supporters, former appointees, members of parliament, representatives of the party from abroad, as they call them, people in the diaspora. We also have party executives who are all gathered here. Representatives of the diplomatic community are also going to be part of this very, very important event. I've told you that there's so much confidence among NDC supporters that John Dramani Mahama will win the 2024 elections. And so the young men especially have that expectation that this manifesto will open up what they want to hear, what will affirm some of the promises by John Dramani Mahama and his running mate, Professor Nana Opoku-Agyeman. What is very, very common on the lips of many across the country: 24-hour economy, women development bank, mechanizing agriculture, making agriculture easy for many people, attractive, where farm inputs, everything that is needed will be given to those in the farming communities or the farming belts, adding value to farm produce, reviewing how we mine in this country to make sure it is as responsible as we all want to expect, and what is most important, resetting Ghana. And of course, one thing that John Mahama has always been referring to is building the Ghana we want together. And so just as Ghanaians saw a president with his cabinet and people in government mobilize Ghanaians, the people in academia, experts in the economy, the financial sector, etc., who met at Senchi at that time, we saw the revolutionization of Ghana's economy from the Dumso era to what we saw through the World Bank's prediction that Ghana's economy was going to grow by 7% because of the initiative that we're taking. He says he's going to do same as soon as he wins. Within the first 100 days, he's going to engage Ghanaians for discussions on the education sector, on the economy, for people to appreciate the true state of economy, so that Ghanaians will manage their expectations while he goes along to prioritize what he sees will address the concerns of Ghanaians, open up the industry, build confidence in the investment sector, create jobs, and then bring prosperity to Ghanaians. The next set of panelists I'll be engaging, they are well known to many of you, especially Dr. Justice Sremsai is a senior lecturer at the University of Ghana School of Law. You are welcome, Justice.
Thank you very much, my brother. How are you doing?
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
You have beard, I don't have.
Yes, now I have grown beard.
And of course, I'm bald, you are not.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Happy to see you again.
A lot of Ghanaians enjoy you because for them, you speak to the issues and you open up the debate for people to also bring their input, all for the cause of Ghana. Happy to have you on Windsor TV.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
My other guest is Dr. Albert Kwame Arthur. He's the patron for the TAIN here at the University of Education Winneba chapter. You are welcome.
Thank you, sir.
You are not in party colors.
Madam,
you are not in party colors.
Oh, our colors. This shows that we already on the 7th December. It's a victory. It's a victory.
So you are celebrating ahead of time.
I'm celebrating ahead of time.
For you, what does this mean for a whole party to come to your campus to launch a manifesto, to be speaking to the youth through your platforms?
Well, in fact, it was a very great with excitement that when we received the news that the party manifesto for 2024 is going to be launched in Winneba, and specifically on our campus. So some of us dedicated ourselves. From Monday, I've been here all trying to help the national communication team and the local organizing committee as well, to make sure that we put the place in order to ensure that we have a successful manifesto launch. And our youth are voices for change. But I always tell them that this election is not about NDC, MPP, it's about the youth of Ghana. And therefore we cannot afford to take things for granted. It's a communal labor, and therefore we must all come together and work without being complacent. And I always tell them that set a goal that at least you talk to one or two individuals a day and tell them about the good policies of the NDC, like the 24-hour economy, which is going to bring job and prosperity in other jurisdictions. Is that so? Why can't we also implement it here? So it is a great honor for us to have manifesto launch of the NDC here right in Winneba, and we know that inshallah everything will be successful.
Okay, so those are your opening remarks. Now let me come to you, Dr. Justice Sremsai. Now, if you sit on the fence, you look at the narratives, the expectations among the youth, the challenges ahead, what must this manifesto ensure is captured?
Thank you very much. I think basically when you follow what is going on, regardless of whether it is an NPP person who is saying it or an NDC person who is saying it, one thing is settled, that the youth of this country have been given a raw deal for the past 8 years. Nothing has happened which has improved the lot of the Ghanaian youth. And the youth themselves are crying for a particular change. And so you cannot be a very competitive political party, you cannot be a very competitive politician, you cannot be taken seriously if you do not have a specific program, projects, and policies for the youth. And for me, when I sat through the youth manifesto launching of the NDC, it told me one thing, that the NDC is responding to a very critical demand, a very essential demand for our politics. In fact, not just for our politics, for the growth of this country, which is that you need to listen to the youth, not just to listen to them. When we see there's a difference between hearing the youth and listening to them. Listening to the youth means that you are really identifying their voices, you are taking them seriously, you are addressing what they need, and you are ready to provide and to help them, not to even provide something for them, to involve them in the discussion. So for example, if you have a manifesto and there is no specific involvement of youth of the youth, and I'm not talking of general involvement as in we have the youth in the party. No, the youth must be given a front row, because it is clear that the whole world, if you look in the Western world, the developing world, everywhere you look, it is clear that you cannot make progress without giving the youth a front row to play. Because what is even the things that are driving development now, information technology, I mean, it is the youth that are moving it forward. It is the youth that are changing everything. So if you are a political party, you are a politician, or you are even any employer, even a business person, and you are not looking at this, then you are failed. And I think that is what set the NDC apart in this election, and the fact that NDC has identified this and have given a front row to the youth to even launch their manifesto ahead of the main manifesto. And even in the main manifesto, you will see, I have been on the committee, the manifesto committee, you would see that most of the things we are talking about is about the youth. So if you come to the legal aspect, we have something for legal education, we have something for access to justice, we have something for businesses of startups, young people starting businesses and what they are supposed to benefit. We have something for, 24-hour economy. I think we will come to that later, and I'll dedicate a whole period to explain what the 24-hour economy is about. So I think that as it stands right now, we are basically just waiting for the manifesto to be launched, and the people of this country will see that you cannot make progress without the youth, and NDC is going to make that clear to everybody.
And of course, it's very instructive for those who have been following the conversation that John Dramani Mahama has severally said that he's going to separate the Ministry of Youth and Sports and create a special ministry for the youth, which will be dedicated to youth-initiated policies driven and led by the youth, just as he says that the women front, the policies that will target their empowerment will be championed by his running mate, that is Professor Jane Nana Opoku Ajuman. Now you were speaking to issues about justice, governance, etc. Now 3 deliberate words which have been chosen to run along with this manifesto launch is jobs, accountability, and prosperity. When John Mahama had the opportunity to engage the media, the first one, which was held in Accra, which appears to be cutting across when you hear people speak to him, if the opportunity comes, is about his ability to ensure that there is accountability. How difficult can it be, or is it likely to be if he has to confront it head on?
Yeah, so talking of accountability and overcoming it or ensuring accountability has a direct connection with corruption. So, and we know corruption is the most difficult thing to fight, and we have seen it from the current government, that all the attempts that they have made to fight corruption have failed. From Galamsey, which is the root cause of Galamsey's corruption, when you come to what? Real corruption, bribery, and it's rife, and no one is doing anything about it. So the fight is a difficult one. It's a fight which must involve not just, talk. There must be the desire by the leader. And you see, people underestimate the role of leadership in ensuring accountability. If you are a leader and you show clearly that you do not tolerate corruption and you do not tolerate, bribery, everyone who follows you will change overnight. So, for example, if the first accusation of corruption comes and you think that the best way to do is to clear it and to say that you have cleared the person, what the signal you are sending to the whole government and the whole country is that you can do whatever you like, and I will be there to clear you. And when you do the second one, then it goes beyond assurance. It's now become a culture, and then the whole government, the whole system, the whole country sinks deep into it. So when you have a government which is prepared to fight corruption, you must look at the leader. Recently, and that is where John Mahama's integrity comes in. He is the only president, in recent history who has prosecuted his own appointee, and the appointee was found guilty and was jailed. What does that tell you? It's not easy to prosecute your appointee, and we all know, even that is why we say family and friends. It's not easy to prosecute people you have reposed confidence in to work for you. So if such a person has done something, you have prosecuted the person, it shows your commitment. Then come to this Airbus issue, which was, it was a non-issue from day one, because a report which was clearly a settlement agreement, which has said nothing, which has no evidence of anything, was used as a tool, and it was used for propaganda purposes. You remember that this thing came up just before the 2020 election. But at the end of the day, when the special prosecutor went through, he came out with a clear, what some of us knew from day one, that there was absolutely no evidence for anyone to do anything with. So what does that tell you? At least it speaks to the integrity of the person. So when such a person is telling you that I'm going to ensure accountability, then you know that at least he has demonstrated that before. He has a track record of fighting it. He has a track record of coming out clean even after falsely being accused and subjecting himself voluntarily to such investigation. Now back to, but there are more dimensions to, apart from the leader, you must also look at the justice system. The justice system is a key player in the fight against corruption, because if you have a system where it takes, let's even talk of duration, when it takes 4 years, 5 years, to prosecute one crime, what does that tell you? It tells you that then the criminal or the accused person or someone who has committed crime is motivated to commit that crime and hope that the case will drag in court. Yeah, because if the accused person wants the case to drag, so that at the end everybody gets tired, everybody forgets, and then something happens. That is one. Two, we have seen situations where they've been documented, evidence of bribery even on the bench and even among practitioners. So all these people must come together and they must be made aware that corruption is not just about one person. Corruption is about everybody, and it can affect everyone, and in fact it affects all of us. So the fight against corruption is not going to be easy, but if you have a leader who is determined and you have a judiciary which is very, very ready and able to work, I believe that could be done. So that's Dr. Justice Srem Sai, who is a senior lecturer at the University of Ghana School of Law, and I'm also speaking to Dr. Albert Arthur, who is the patron Tain, University of Education, Winneba. Now let me come to you. You are representing the academia. You deal with young men and women, students. The NDC has been telling us that we should expect in the 2024 manifesto a policy that will review free SHS, expand it, bring all hands on deck to look at a better way to implement it. I'm understanding that even people are proposing that there should be a special fund that will guarantee sustainability. The NDC recently, when the youth manifesto was launched, spoke about absorbing or cushioning first-year students, where the academic user fees would be taken care of to free space for them to adjust and move on as they continue from second year and so on and so forth. The flag bearer of the NDC has told us where or how he's going to fund it, giving us an idea. The details obviously will be in the manifesto. You work with students, you dine with them, and they are your colleagues virtually. Help us to appreciate how significant this free SHS business, whether the quality is being met, and this issue about students coming to school and having a policy that will sort of give them some support.
Yeah, I think thank you very much for the question. I think we all attest to the fact that the implementation of the free SHS came with a whole lot of challenges, which a lot of stakeholders, different areas have mentioned the fact that there's a need for us to review. And when one person talks about review, all that they do, the propaganda way is that when the person is given the mandate, is going to cancel it. Having worked with students for some time now, I see this review as very crucial and important to be able to address especially the issue of infrastructure. Because there are areas that you can even go that we have students, they have lecture room, but where they will sleep becomes a challenge. So definitely that shift system will continue. And that was the reason why incumbent President John Dramani Mahama came up with the E-block system that was sprinkled up all over Ghana, so that not every student living in the rural area have to leave the rural area and come to the urban area. So I'm sure that once it comes back, we'll be able to complete all the E-blocks that were left to be able to ensure that every student get access. Considering the fact that NDC manifesto, I made a promise from the president for John Mahama that first year students fees to be absorbed. I feel it's a very good thing, because because often at times I know students who had admission and the students even have to report very late, but they didn't have any money or any support from anywhere to be able to pay. So I feel that this policy of no fees just is very good and is going to help those who don't have the support, who have the means to be able to, once they get the admission, to be able to come to school and then start on time. But not only paying the school fees and paying the accommodation fee, but even how the person can survive. So if your academic user fee aspect is taken care of, then other resources that the student can get, whether from a acquaintance or from the parents or a guardian, at least that can also take care of the other aspects of the student's life as far as his educational ladder is concerned.
So this is Wezo TV Election Center. We are bringing you the live coverage of the NDC's 2024 Manifesto launch. We are at the University of Education, Winneba, and we are just at the Professor Jofu's Anamwa Mensa Auditorium here at the University of Education, Winneba. And my guest, Dr. Justice Remsai, is a senior lecturer at the University of Ghana School of Law. And Dr. Kwame, is it Arthur? Arthur is also the TAIN president, so the TAIN,
one of the TAIN patrons.
Patron, and of course a lecturer here at the University of Education, Winneba. As I've told you, the program will be kick-starting in the next few minutes. We have seen a number of former appointees who have already taken their seats. I've seen Okujeto Ablakwa. He flashed when Randy was having a chat with lawyer Chum Berima and others out there. I know a number of the members of parliament have arrived. We also know that many parliamentary candidates of the NDC have also arrived. This event has been programmed such that there's representation in all the 275+1 constituencies across the country. The constituency executives, we have the regional executives of the party, national executives of the party, the council of elders of the party obviously will be here, and then of course we have representation from diaspora, and then we have also the members of the diplomatic corps, and of course you have the business community, which are all going to be very much interested in this manifesto launch. We are live on all the Wezo TV social media handles, and of course our partner stations, which are also picking this event live on radio and television, and those who are running their own social media TV platforms. We are grateful for you for joining us to share this conversation with millions across Ghana and around the globe. Now, the conversation is now dovetailing into what the NDC has been speaking about. Justice Sremsai wanted to speak more about the 24-hour economy. It has become a subject of interest because critics of the NDC are suggesting that it is likely to be difficult to implement in spite of all the explanations. Many are also looking at what opportunities are in there for people to tap into, right from education to health to any sector, especially construction. I, for example, met a young lady who's a nurse who was having a debate with me and said one thing that struck her, and she works at Kolebu Teaching Hospital, is that sometimes after midnight, when they are at the pediatrics department and children need oxygen or basic things, they have to go cross to another department. When it is closed, it is closed. And you'll be surprised that even though Kolebu is a tertiary medical facility, some of the departments close, including even the pharmacy. So they have to struggle or wait till the morning, especially those who cannot afford to go outside the facility. These are realities for them who will fast track development, will create opportunities, and beyond that, save lives. Let me come to you. 24-hour economy. Some still harbor doubts.
Yes, so there are two kinds of doubts when it comes to the 24-hour economy issue. There are those who are questioning the implementation strategy. Okay, so the doubts it cannot be done. So that is one category. There's another category who claim that they don't understand or who don't understand at all. So there's a difference between not understanding, then we have to explain it to you, then that is one. And then there's another one where the person understands but has challenges with what implementation. So let me deal with the first category of people who do not understand. It's a simple thing. So when you see the computers we use, the computers can be on for as long as you want. And in fact, the modern computer can actually, while working, reboot itself to defragment. So they can run for as long as they want. Most equipment that we have can run for more than 8 hours. Some can run and then have a break in between and run for another 12 hours. The reason why those machines and equipment are designed in such a way is that they actually intended to what? To function also. You see this AC, if we start operating it from the morning, so long as we are here, the AC will work and will not. That is how a lot of the equipment, a lot of things that we do today are designed. Take your house, a building, or take a school. The same school building can have different classes in it, and we run that even in our universities. So some students come, they sit in the same place, they go, maybe psychology students will come, when they leave, sociology students will come and occupy the same place, and the school can run for as long as, because the building has already, is an asset, and the more you use the assets, the more beneficial it becomes to you. The same applies to roads, the same applies to the hospitals we have, the same applies to most of the services we render. We already set up all these things to run for more than 8 hours. Then the question is, we run them for just 8 hours. Then we leave how many hours left? That's 12 hours, making them unproductive. The question is, why wouldn't you understand if someone is telling you that instead of using 1/3 of something, you can use the entire thing? So once you agree that something which is there could be used beyond 8 hours, then you are on the road to understanding 24-hour economy. Now let's take the hospital issue, the situation that you raised. People say that the hospitals are already running 8 hours. What they don't know is that we have the front line of the hospital. So even that some of them, like Kolebu is a big hospital, so anytime you go to Kolebu, you are likely to meet people who attend to you at any time. But inside the hospital, there are so many departments, many of which don't run 24 hours, many of which run 8 hours. If you take most of the government services that we provide, they close early and then the rest they don't do any work. So the 24-hour economy is simply saying that we already have a lot of assets which are basically going waste. So we can capitalize on that and run them beyond the 8-hour shift. And it is possible for us to run up to 24 hours in the day. And that is how the beginning is. Now let me come to people who want to understand the implementation policy. Two main things prevent us from working at night. Most people would like to work at night, but two main things prevent them from working at night. Security, because it is natural that when there is darkness, people will do harm. So most often we all work in the day and go to sleep mainly because of security. That is one. Two, people also work and people also don't work at night because of what? Electricity. When it's dark, you have to illuminate the whole environment. So these are the core foundational things that prevent people from working in the night. Now the policy implementation is simply going to put in place one legal framework which would allow a lot of people to work across the board. Currently, the labor laws we have actually is skewed to working in the day. The labor laws themselves are skewed to working in the day. So if you are a company, for example, and you want to let your workers work at night, the regime is slightly different from when they have to just work 8 to 9. So those are some of the things that we are going to look at. And the manifesto is going to outline some of these things. Secondly, in terms of security, now government is going to take it upon itself to provide the needed security to prevent the crime that will be happening under the cover of the night. And that is even going to multiply employment, because here let's even forget about the employment for the production of but even in the security sector alone, what it means is that you will need 2 more portions of the police service that you have, because they are going to be working 8 hours, so 2 more portions of the police service to provide security. And that is how much employment to start with. So if we talk about the provision of security alone, we have that number that will be increased. Now let's talk about production. If a lot of companies can produce in the night, but then again, human resource, security, and electricity, these are their challenges. So if government lays down this foundation, that's providing security, providing electricity, and then the companies will now find it prudent and beneficial to work 24 hours or different shifts. And when they do that, production would increase. I read a post from one of the NPP, communicators who was saying that, well, if you are paying 3 people for one work, then you are going to split the money to 3 people, which is a total misunderstanding of what
is it a misunderstanding or a way of misleading the public to assume that this 24-hour economy is going to...
I'm just trying to be kind. I'm just trying to be kind to her. Granted that is even her honest opinion, which I don't believe. I think she is a bit more enlightened to think like that way. But even if that is a genuine, honest thinking, I want to address that issue for our viewers to understand that is never what what we call the 24-hour economy is about. It's actually about employing 3 different people instead of one, and giving each of them getting their own salary as if they were working for themselves, as if they were working one shift. And it also doesn't mean that you are going to work, one person is going to work throughout the 24 hours. No, it means that you will do your normal hours. It's actually giving you choice to say that this week I actually can discuss with my employer, and instead of coming from morning to evening, I will come from maybe evening to midnight, and that is possible. So it's actually giving you choice as to how you even want to work. And those of our friends who work in Western countries, they know how useful this is. They know, they have been enjoying this 24-hour shift thing, so they know that, look, today I feel like going to this, so let me inform my employer, let them put in place an arrangement. So this week I want to work midnight, and they'll work from midnight to morning and come. So it means that they have the whole day to do other equally important or even more important
things. Let me come to you, Dr. Arthur. For example, I'm looking at NPP's 2024 manifesto. I'm looking at the highlights, and it will look or come across as some nice packages that they want to implement. For example, they are talking about utilizing government purchasing power to stimulate industrial expansion and business growth, and this is talking about creating opportunities for jobs, and it's a buy Ghana first policy which will boost industrial sector in Ghana. They are talking about reforming the licensing regime from small-scale mining sector, reducing the minerals export tax, and then talking about financing viable mineral projects in Ghana. It is talking about completing the digitalization of land titling and registration to enable property owners to use their assets as collateral and so on. Are these not good enough and convincing for you as NDC, who would want to now compare yours to theirs, even though yours is yet to come out? What do you see in this? Some would say good to go.
One thing that we know of the MPP is that they are good in sloganeering. They will always come up with, they started with 88 hospitals, and then they moved to Agenda 111. We ask ourselves, how many of these hospitals have they been able to start, that they have been able to complete and commission as we talk? So they are only good in bringing the slogan policies. Even when we talk about digitization, it's NDC, we will build a digital center. But Dr. Bawumia continued to create that poster and that impression that he is the one who started the whole thing. So we believe that even from the NDC Youth Manifesto that was launched, we have policies, as Doc said. The NDC is ready to involve the youth. They must be at the forefront in ensuring the implementation of its policies, so that the youth will feel that we are part of this, we are leading the agenda, and we have the hope that Dom Dramani Mahama is someone who says, I will do A, he ensures that he will do. Within the poor period that John Mahama had and the things that he did, we all know. If you look at our own debt to GDP, 120 and now we're 740 billion. And we don't have anything that they can tell us or can show in terms of the money that they have borrowed. And we have corruption all over. President Mahama made it very clear that if you consider the wastage in the system, the National Cathedral whole alone can pay a lot of money will be left. So I'm very confident that President John Dramani Mahama is somebody who says and he does. He's a nation builder. And we all saw the thing that he did. He did just that 4 years of his rule. And we know very well that his coming back is to reset Ghana and to build a Ghana that we all want together.
So this conversation is live from the University of Education, Winneba. And as you know, the NDC will be launching their 2020 Manifesto. As we speak, lots of people have arrived. There's a lot of excitement out there. Randy will be sharing with you shortly his conversation with those who are part of the jubilation around, because for them, this is when the NDC actually will be kickstarting its campaign, because they will now be speaking to Ghanaians about what they promised to do. Now, this whole issue about manifesto, track record, or the personality in the candidature of whoever is leading a political party and so on and so forth, you would notice that many people are expecting that while you have said it, there should be the issue about the easy or how easy it will be to implement some of these policies. Just recently, an Afrobarometer report spoke about the youth who have lost confidence in our democracy. This manifesto, especially when your opening remarks spoke about the advantage John Mahama has among the youth because of the confidence they have in him, this will be the moment where his manifesto should be speaking to how things will be turned around to change the psyche and perhaps revive that sense of patriotism.
Yes, so this manifesto is focusing on the youth and then women, because not only is it because women are more, they constitute a larger portion of, section of the population, and the youth even more when you do it against youth, children, and then the aged. So it tells you that this manifesto is for the people, and it's supposed to, and this manifesto is going to actually change the face of politics, because like I said, you cannot be serious with Ghana if you have not taken the youth seriously, and you cannot be serious yourself if you have not put the youth ahead of you. And that is the clear difference between John Mahama and his competitors. Now, if you look at track record in terms of getting the job done, I think now it is clear that the person who had a minimum amount of time yet achieved the highest, development projects is John Mahama. And beyond that, you see, when you look at the fact that John Mahama did just one term, and you look at the fact that apart from all the projects he implemented, he has saved a lot of money in what Petroleum Management Fund had money in it, the other funds, contingency funds had money, and now those funds are empty. Within 8 years, all those funds are empty. Funds that had millions of cedis in them, billions of cedis in them before 2016 are all empty. What do you have to show for it? You drive around and you don't see what exactly is happening in the country in terms of development. Then you think that, okay, maybe we are not seeing infrastructure, so then maybe we are seeing human development. Then you come to the human development, then you realize that people are poorer than they used to be. Aged, retired people don't even have access to what? Their money. No, when I say access to their money, I'm assuming that the money is there, they are not having access. The money has been taken out of their pocket, because the pension money is not government money. It is your own money which has been kept for you. So sometimes we misunderstand pension and we think that it's taxpayers' money. No, that is how serious this haircut thing is. It is your own money which someone has taken from you. Then you look at the youth, then you see that almost everyone who is youth in this country doesn't have a job. We don't have a job, and even those of us who say we have a job, we are underemployed. That is one concept that we have not paid attention to, underemployment. The fact that you are doing something doesn't mean that you are employed. Some things are meant to be done for 1 hour, but most of the people who say they have jobs are spending 8 hours doing the same thing. And then you come to healthcare, then it is collapsed. Then you come to what? Road. Then the roads are in bad shape. Then you come to everything human is declining. Then you come to the freedoms. The freedoms, I'm a lawyer, so I come into contact with freedom, justice, trial, fair trial, and all these issues every day. Human rights abuses, and they are through the roof. And then freedom of the press, we saw the indexes. We are falling below. We are now competing with countries that are known to be dictators, like countries that we never think we can, like Gambia. We are running alongside the Gambia, Yahya Jammeh's Gambia kind of. That is where we have reached.
So unfortunately, this conversation will not continue for a while now, because we need to go inside the main Professor Jofu's Anamwa Mensah auditorium, where the manifesto launch will be taking place. But don't forget that this is Wezo TV Election Center, and thanks to all those who have joined us to share this conversation across the length and breadth of this country and across the globe. And of course, this broadcast will be live and will continue till the event ends today. So don't go anywhere. Just stay. Let your set or your chairs be glued to your TV sets and watch our programming, because we have more to share with you. I've been doing the discussion with Dr. Justice Remsai. He's a senior lecturer at the University of Ghana School of Law. Dr. Albert Kwame Arthur is also a lecturer here at the University of Education, Winneba. He's a patron for the 10 students. And then, of course, we also have Dr. Maliha Abubakari, who joined us earlier, a political science lecturer at the University of Education, Winneba, and Professor Ferdinand Ahiakpo, an economist with the University of Cape Coast, also joined us. So we are going into the auditorium after here. And I believe that while you continue to watch and listen to the presentations, you would also have the opportunity to see what is happening outside the auditorium. This is Wezo TV. Stay with us.
And may the heavens rescue this land. We need a man with vision to lead. John Mahama is the man for us. Oh, Ghana needs a change. Mumbai, I'm sorry. He's the best man. Arise for a change. Na name Sakia. the best thing. We are all become. Arise for a change. Ghana, Naneman, Sakia.
Oh my no, Sebeyo. Oh my no, Serenyeyo. Yes and na hose. Oh my for brandatre. Oh my no, Sebeyo. Oh my no, Serenyeyo. Yes and na hose. Oh my for brandatre.
Don Mahama waya 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 waya. Waya.
In the midst of Ghana's bustling landscapes, amid the vibrant rhythms of Komenda, emerged a figure whose legacy resonates far beyond the sandy shores of her homeland. She is Professor Jane Nana Opoku Agyeman, an embodiment of wisdom, a nurturer of minds, and a trailblazer in the realm of education and leadership. Born in Cape Coast, Ghana, Professor Opoku Agyeman's journey is a testament to the power of perseverance and the transformative potential of education. As a daughter of Komenda, she carries with her the spirit of resilience and the values of community that shape her approach to leadership. From the corridors of Wesley Girls High School to the halls of academia at the University of Cape Coast and beyond, Professor Opoku Agyeman has left an indelible mark on the educational landscape of Ghana.
Today, for me, is a day to reflect on the making of history, because history often has many witnesses and we have the power to be part in the creation and making of that history. Historic decisions aren't always easy decisions or popular decisions to make, but they are important decisions to make.
First of all, I encountered her when I was a student at the University of Cape Coast. After one lecture, she told me, "What are you here for?" I said, "I'm here for a degree." She said, "A degree? Is that the end of it all?" I said, "Well, I don't know the way forward." And she started inspiring me. "You are capable of becoming a lecturer in this institution, but these are the way forward. Do A, B, C, D."
She's someone who creates that cordial atmosphere for anybody to thrive. Take, for example, we are talking about a woman as a vice chancellor who will meet a young lecturer. "Jonathan, how are you doing? Are you publishing?" Now, it means that she's interested in the way you are micromanaging your affairs to be able to get promoted to the next level.
During her time, she was able to encourage early career members of the university to think about their academic progression, to think about their research.
Once Professor asked me to do something for her, then it touched me. That's a woman who cares for the ordinary. He said, "Can you go to Kolebu and talk to the doctors who take care of cancer of children?" Because that's something that she takes personally. And she thinks that, children come with cancers, we have a special place in her heart.
Mr. Kingsley, minim Prof by 2000 na me kotena ne nche as a house help. Prof ye nipa bia o yesronko. Enkrofo bebre a na won sikasam wo fees na ade Prof tum buo won na ade kura me kai wo Prof won de afisu de mi a entala mo ye de kacha inyanka na hono wo prisons bebre.
Her tenure as Minister for Education and groundbreaking achievements as the first female Vice-Chancellor of a state university embody her unwavering commitment to empowering the next generation.
Well, as a young woman who aspires to attain higher heights, I look at Prof and I am convinced that it is not just possible and attainable, but it is doable because obviously she's there.
And so when I think about the work that Prof has done, she wasn't focused about frills of what to change, but she was focused about what do I change today that'll impact students and student learning.
So I was invited to be a speaker at an International Women's Day program, and Prof was the other panelists that I was supposed to be on with. And she sent me an email and did acknowledge that most of the issues I had mentioned about women in the labor market were things that ordinarily people wouldn't think about. And she had learned so much about the challenges and the opportunities. And she will be very happy to be a mentor and a coach to me. But then in her sign out, she also mentioned that she also wouldn't mind me coaching her or mentoring her along certain lines, since my area of specialization is different from her. So it was quite interesting how someone like her would just reach out. It should have been me, trying to reach out to her, but it was the other way around.
And she remains a FAO Africa member,
a very active Africa member. She pays attention to detail and she likes processes. She likes things that are done in procedural manner and in line with the policies and procedures of any institution.
But beyond her title.
Normally when mothers are at home, you can see how calm and serene environment you see at home. And this is exactly what we are going to see in our next government, because it's going to portray the mother nature to mother the nation and support His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to do excellent work.
Prof's appointment as the running mate ushers in a paradigm shift that focuses on competence, tested track records, high moral standards as the basis of, one ascending to the highest office of political, leadership. I think she's a very confident and bold woman in a part of the world. For a woman to stand up to be counted as this, with her chest out 2 times, without saying no, I think she's confident and she's worthy of emulation by every young Ghanaian woman.
Mean that John Dramani Mahama aka eha you as vice president. Aka education is delay. Ibahani will be at school. Ayano.
Professor Jane Nana Opoku Ajiman is celebrated for her exceptional time management skills, a trait that defines her disciplined approach to leadership.
Throughout the deliberations of the Manifesto Committee, and we met every week, Professor Nana was never late, not even a minute late.
Choice as the running mate and the potential vice president is so important for not only for women, because one thing I love about Prof is that she does not only speak for women, she speaks for the grown up. She cares for the boy child just as she cares for the girl child.
This is a step in the right direction. This is a call we've been making forever. We have been advocating that we need women at the forefront. We need to hear and see more female voices. We need more women around the table. And voila, it's great news to have this happening for one of the biggest political parties of our country.
I can only say I'm really proud to be associated with such a successful and highly esteemed woman as Professor Nana. This will obviously put our university on the map. In one way or the other, she then becomes a role model for the girl child.
Professor Jane Nana Opoku Ajiman's influence resonates not only among her students and staff, but also among her colleagues wherever she ventures, both directly and indirectly.
Professor Jane Nana Opoku Ajiman de mace wanda yake cikin mata ta taka rawan gani kwarai da gaske.
Describe her as a real good person.
I knew her in school. She was very hardworking and humble person. I also saw that she was good when we were going around and she came to my region. The party has made a good choice because I knew how hard she works.
Because Amano woman obey na memon kwa nti ye won ba wo system mu da nti say Jomama wetu mo ayen adina John Poku adina ba NDC Albe Nevisa Obobua Omano.
Ye ko be you aga you be no tumoni e ba anye tun a wo ma shike awo you no tema no ba yo nyo epo sto ehia no ba yo na ga no ga awo yo mo wa na lo ba be mi ni nuchumu ni mama ta o ba chumu e be ba chule pepepe mo yo hu eyin awo ye wo ma na mi aga wo ba wule ran mi te.
I'm very excited that she's been nominated for the second time. You made a good choice by choosing a woman first of all, and choosing a very capable woman, knowledgeable in every sense of the word. She is an embodiment of the woman I would want my daughter to look up to.
Prof inspires me in so many ways. Her candidature as the vice presidential candidate inspires hope.
Jenana Bokwajima, I better take a hot cheer, and yet you know, Simeon will put the veto, a whole Simeon will never join you. I go me and knock me day. Nella Gana Petela, and me put a Yakuma Tola, Nia Vunton, no communion tontoya on you. Mino more women of Badura, but the drama, well, I thought John Lanega Botiake, up a mom and revenge chocolate, because I got a Sega Choyake, no Tola, no Tapo. And education, Tamian can talk about one education. Tamian can no value feel like vice president. Mian can wear a 7th December for Jomile. 7th December, Mia Hosiman Mill chocolate, Mia chocolate, Mia Daconan yon Vavacani, Bawava, Avano Zigi, a baby Pudonto, Mia non over here. You're non quite into Matenio. Ta elle femine mi abe non netala enye me penya hiao aka mi do regwo kono hia kola awon mi ta mi bia la me se plug bedidi no one no John no mi John and Jane they all the calculate to 7 January ne kama tutu
abrana mahama woso no na ye ho toyem pa se si ano che se ahoche na aba no me stressa na opoku agima beba na obebo ma no ma enso yenya bibi enso yenya egina so.
It's welcome news. She's been that
because me 7 kola e wuli di asepete pozi jiji fo mi menya ba mi acha de mi atando tepere kele kike mesigo e ata mi dagbene mawo do ko mi na kuku de na mawo be de mawo na donse mawo na topo ko kele be gbogbode ke ma ba chomoni o na nu de se de ke bi ajore yeho mawo ne ko da sinemi be fe do wa wato ayi de ji be jo drum hama My
name is Professor Sunungurai Chingarande. I am the Vice Chancellor for Women's University in Africa, which is headquartered in Zimbabwe, Harare in particular. I first met her in 2021, which was my first graduation ceremony at the university. And my impression after meeting her was that she is fantastic. She knows her stuff. She's excellent in what she does. She does everything that she does with passion. So we have learned a lot from her, and we have also benefited as a university from her networks. When we heard about this development, everyone celebrated, because to us it's an achievement for women in Africa in particular, but to me in particular, I see this as a well-deserved nomination. She is hardworking. She has passion for what she does. She is a leader actually par excellence.
Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman is a synthesis of numerous qualities. Summing her up in a single word will certainly be interesting.
In one word, I say she is incomparable.
Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman is a superwoman.
She is visionary.
She is principled.
A political yes Antoine.
I would say she's an achiever.
A trailblazer.
In one word, I'll go with inspired.
Yay! Yay! Nyaba ni wo fe wo fia ekome ni wo pia wo mami ese ni ha ni Ghana aya here.
To Your Excellency JDM, history will remember you kindly for opening the doors of ambition to all women of Ghana. Women, daughters, wives, girls, from Wa to Bantama, from Yendi to Commander. History will remember you kindly. Barakaya Gaja, Gahabanye, well done. Congratulations, Team JM and JN.
Welcome to The Point of View. This is your favorite current affairs show on television on Channel 1. Here on The Point of View, we pick the right topics, get the right guests, ask them relevant questions on issues that matter to you. It's MPP's Day in the Sun. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the Vice President and flag bearer, delivered his manifesto to the people of Ghana yesterday at an impressive ceremony in Sekondi, Takoradi. Tonight, we're speaking to the Vice Chair of the Manifesto Committee, Information Minister, now turned Works and Housing Minister, Kojo Ponkroma. He'll be delving into his review of the night and the challenge facing his candidate ahead of a very interesting election. Stay with us.
Welcome back. So MP for Fancy Rebi and Minister for Works and Housing and Vice Chair, right?
Yes, sir.
Of the Manifesto Committee. That's a big position. Wow. So how were you selected? Was it the candidate that chose you? Was it the party? How did you become the Vice Chair of the committee?
I think it's a candidate in consultation with the Council of Elders of the party that put together the entire Manifesto Committee, Chairman, Vice Chair, Secretary, technical staff, and then chairpersons and co-chairpersons for the various subsectors that then fed the technical work.
How seriously do political parties take this manifesto thing?
If I would take anything from what has happened, this is my first time of being hands-on involved in the production of this social contract. And I think that if I follow the process of what has gone through, it is a most important document because it can make or unmake you. It is a document that sets the tone for the social contract you want to enter into.
It's a document that you then convert into your economic and social policies, which you're supposed to present to Parliament.
It is a document that becomes a foundation for your first budget and hopefully your subsequent budget. So if you get it right, chances are you can succeed. If you get it wrong, chances are it could even just mess up the entire campaign if people don't find their promises either aspirational enough or overly ambitious It can determine whether you win or you don't win, and if you win, it determines whether or not you'll be successful in governance. So it is a very important exercise. It's not just a document, it's the exercise of getting to those policy commitments, and I think we've taken it very seriously.
The manifesto sort of puts all your aspirations as a party for the people into one paper.
Yes.
So you may not necessarily say everything on it in your campaign,
no,
but this is the record of your commitment.
Yes.
I see. Some people think the manifesto should look at the how and either the development plan should look at the what, because as a country 67 years old, we should agree on what we want to be. The manifesto should just be the angle. Is this something you think makes sense?
Yes, and we agree with that.
So in one of our commitments here, we commit that if and when
August. Munio, where could you make no? So what to put him in a super in August? Yakobu Yashi. Wow. Nemo Makata Munia Gano for that. Jamani Mama. And now you didn't know. Ghana for ye. Atitia ya kom, and we ya kom, and what say ya kom, Atitia ya wom, and the water was even with her head. Mamma again, the water a PC. It's a member and being one feet of my home. It's woman in Nala, young fat dog, young fat queer, yet to Abacasima German Mamma. In NPC, now only you feed the city.
John Mahama is the man for us. Oh, Ghana needs a change. Mumbai and sorry and
Right?
It's been a raining Saturday morning in the central region, precisely Winneba, the North Campus of the University of Education. And it is a day the National Democratic Congress put aside to officially launch their 2024 Manifesto. And this is a special coverage by Wezo TV. My name is Randy Ahaji, and I'm not going to do this alone. I have Eric Ahianyo, who is on standby to also get interactive with some key members of society. And of course, they are members from the academia. They are going to share with us their expectations and what they think should be captured in the 2024 manifesto of the NDC. But of course, I can give you a general view. What you are expecting as an ordinary Ghanaian, and to a large extent, a party faithful. Key among the policies or things that John Mahama should or is expected to talk about is how the NDC, if indeed they get a nod in 2024, after the elections, how they intend to revive the ailing economy. It's a critical thing for the NDC to speak about and capture in their manifesto. They would have to try and explain to Ghanaians the measures they will put in place to bring back the economy. And again, they will also, Ghanaians will be looking out for issues that border more on unemployment, jobs. Because the recent data that we have indicates that about 14% of the population are unemployed, and that's quite worrying. So a lot, especially the youth, will be looking out for that policy that will tackle creation of jobs. So it's another essential thing that people will be looking out for the NDC to capture in their manifesto. Again, let's talk about the education sector of the country. Over the years, we've seen even labor agitations in the teachers and then also the educational workers front. Of course, what measures will the NDC put in place to try as much as possible to put an end to all such agitations? And again, critical among issues that people will be looking out for as far as the education sector is concerned will border on how the NDC will put in some measures to improve on the current free senior high school policy that we have. That has quite a number of challenges. what exactly will the NDC do to better the education as far as secondary school is concerned. Now, you can also talk about health. Many will be looking out for what exactly the NDC will do and put in place to tackle the challenges in the health sector. You can talk about the health insurance. You can talk about the project that was started, the Agenda 111 project that was started by, that has been started by the NPP. Whether or not the NDC will continue to complete some of these projects, we'll find out in the manifesto. A lot of people will be expecting to hear something on that. And again, you can also talk about infrastructure. If you recall the S.W. John Mahama administration, they hammered much more on infrastructure. The question now remains, will there be enough to talk about? Will there be enough to capture in the 2024 manifesto when it comes to infrastructure? Well, we shall wait to see. But let me just cross over quickly to the main studio where Eric Ahianyo is ready to have the first bite with the first batch of guests. Stay with us here on Wezo TV. My name is Randy Ahaji. Eric, over to you.
Thank you very much, Randy. We are live from the University of Education, Winneba, here just behind
coming all the way. I was trying to see if I can also say Eyezu, Eyeza, NDC. Nye fine na ganyo former bi Jimmy wonye ile anojogban NDC kebodo achano. Amen. I read something in the Luke chapter number 10. Your Excellency, thank you for this opportunity. And it says, I have given you authority to tread on snakes and scorpions. I have given you authority. So you have the authority, but when it comes to the treading, it's up to you to tread on snakes and on scorpions, and none shall by any means hurt you. This beautiful afternoon, the question is, are you ready to tread upon? Because the power is already with you. Are you ready to tread upon? Ask your neighbor, are you ready? If I heard you say Eyezu, then you are ready. Are you ready? I didn't hear it well. Are you ready to tread upon? Are you ready to tread upon? One more time. Are you ready to tread upon? Then the victory is yours. How sweet the name of Jesus sounds in a believer's ears. It soothes his sorrows and heals his wounds and drives away his fears. How sweet the name of Jesus sounds in a believer's ears. It soothes his sorrows, heals his wounds, and drives away his fears. Can we do it again? How sweet the name of Jesus sounds in a believer's ears. It soothes his sorrows. It soothes his sorrows, heals his wounds, and drives away. Abe mwenye, onyamibo she. God bless you. Abe, come on, this is a prophecy. Come on. You still don't believe it? Come on. Let's do it again. Ebe na momo, yes, ebe na momo, manche ya manche. Welo, we. Nye jagbana jihanam lo. Welo, we. Jesus savie. Yesu gare nare woga Yesu sovie awe Yesu sovie nyema wo gare nare au Yesu sovie awe mawo gagare la sinye mawo gagare la sinye Mawuga gara la sinye Mawada kama son pliu Yo 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 au Mawada kama son. Of a truth except you build the house, the laborers labor but in vain. And except you watch over, the watchmen stay awake but in vain. We ask, oh God, for you know what the end even before we arrived. Let all things be to your glory. Let the beginning be beautiful and the end be excellent. All we ask for, you never join a team for them to lose or fail. Therefore we declare victory in your name, victory by your name, victory through you. For at the mention of your name, every knee bows and every tongue confesses. Have your way and let your will be done in Jesus' name. Amen. Shall we remain standing for the party anthem? Arise for Ghana, affection of the land. And seek your future, development our God. From vision to vision, the NDC shall lead. Democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity. From vision to vision, the NDC shall lead. Democrat.
governance of the trust of the land. When and secure future, development, our goal from peace to peace, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, our strength to unity, from peace to peace, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat.
Thank you very much, but please remain standing again. Hey! Hey! We are doing this for God and country. We are doing this for Ghana. So let's remain standing for another patriotic song.
Thank you very much, ladies. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. Thank you. I like that. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Obviously, we are in the central region, we are in Winneba, and then we call Winneba Simpa. We have a chairman here who has to welcome us into his region. So let me call up here the Central Regional Chairman, Professor Richard Kofi Esiedu, to welcome all of us to his region. The only professor who is a regional chairman. It can only happen in the NDC. Thank you very much, Prof.
Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Central Region. Eyezu. Your Excellency, the incoming President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. Your Excellency, the incoming first ever female Vice President, incoming, Professor Jane Nana Opoku Ajamai. The National Chairman of the NDC, Comrade Johnson Esiedu Nketia. Our able General Secretary, Comrade Fifi Fiavi Kweti. Members of the National Executive Committee, our distinguished minority leader, Dr. Kizel Atoba Fosin and his deputies present, and our cherished members of Parliament present, the chairman and members of the Planning Committee, the current Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Usmani Abambabin, and other former Speaker of Parliament present, former members of Parliament and other appointees, our local and international branches, Nananum faith groups, professional groups represented here, members of the media, and ladies and gentlemen. Let me, on behalf of the Central Regional Branch of the National Democratic Congress, welcome all of you to this historic town of Winneba in the Central Region. We are delighted to play host to today's significant event, which marks an important milestone to dislodge the corrupt and inept MPP from power. We believe that the NDC has a plan to save our country, and we in the central region are prepared to join the people of Ghana to ensure total victory for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and the great NDC in this year's elections. As I've had the occasion to say many times, we in the NDC in the region are working around the clock to secure 7 more parliamentary seats to bring to 20 the number of seats in the NDC in the central region. We are also working very hard to give President John Mahama a resounding victory in the region to enable him continue the good work he began before his sterling leadership and was abruptly truncated in 2016. To you, Aziofia Oye. Thank you very much, and may God bless us all.
Thank you very much. Can we do it again for the host chairman, Professor Richard? Thank you very much. We are very grateful. I'm going to welcome the chairman of the Manifesto Committee. Professor Kweku Danso-Boafo is a distinguished academic and public servant with extensive experience in both academia and governance. He was our chairman for the 2020 Manifesto, and because of his outstanding performance, we brought him back to be the chairman for the 2024 Manifesto. And he's here with us today. Thank you very much, Prof. As we welcome you onto the stage, we appreciate you and we are grateful for all the hard work you and your team did to put together this beautiful manifesto. Hope for the hopeless indeed. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you so much, my sister Obobia. I wish to stand on the already ably established protocols in order to save time. Before I give you my remarks, may I request that my colleagues on the Manifesto Committee and all the individuals who assisted on the various committees we have, could you please stand in solidarity with, please stand, members of the Manifesto Committee and members of the various committees. Our mandate as a Manifesto Committee was to curate a blueprint anchored on the NDC's vision of economic transformation for the Ghana we want. We proceeded by subjecting our 2020 People's Manifesto to 22 expert committee review. We then synchronized the reviewed blueprints with invaluable recommendations from party leaders, organized labor, civil society organizations, youth groups, women's groups, think tanks, religious groups, traditional leaders, professional bodies, academics, and diverse backgrounds who were engaged across the country. In doing this, we took cognizance of the dire straits our dear nation is presently faced. As a result of 8 years of the deplorable leadership by the corrupt Akufo-Addo, Bawumia, the MPP administration, and the opportunities for overcoming same. The result of these rigorous research, debates, consultations, and engagements is the manifesto we are about to launch. The NDC's program for resetting Ghana and revitalizing our economy for jobs and prosperity for all. My brothers and sisters, this is the statement from my comrades in the Manifesto Committee. Let me take a few minutes to recognize those individuals who worked over a period of 4 years. The membership of the Manifesto, the 23-member Manifesto Committee. Number 1, Professor J. Nana Opoku Ajeman. Could you please stand for people to recognize you? Professor Seth Opuni Esiama. Professor George K.T. Oduro. Professor John Gachi. Dr. Keso Atufosa. Dr. Peter Buama Otukono. Dr. Yakubu Alasan. Dr. Johnson Esiama. Dr. Kwekuche Aka. Dr. William Ahaji. Honorable Haruna Idris. Ambassador Sampi Yale. Honorable Mavis Amma Frempong. Mr. Kofi Triche Upoku. Mr. Alexander Mould. Mr. Kakra Esamwa. Mr. Michael Abe. Honorable Isaac Adongo. Mr. Prosper Huitu, Esquire. Mr. Sam Baba. Honorable Elvis Free Ankra. And the Secretary to the committee, Honorable Nana Oye Bampo Ado. These are the 23 individuals who crafted the document we are going to be launching this afternoon. May I then ask the other members of the committee, the 22 committees, please stand for a few minutes. Let's give you a round of applause. Members of the 22 committees, those who are here, not everybody had a ticket, and therefore most of you are not here. These are the individuals who served on the 22 committees we established to do research, gather data, and produce the documents that we synthesize into the manifesto we are launching today. So my brothers and sisters, comrades, we thank you so much. May the good Lord continue to bless our homeland Ghana and make our NDC great and strong. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Comrades, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to quickly acknowledge a few of the groups and personalities we have in our midst. And please, if you don't hear your name, don't worry. In due course, we will introduce all of you. We have here members of the Functional Executive Committee of the great NDC. Our national officers are here. A round of applause for them. Please, can you give us a wave? Give us a wave. Yes. Our national organizer, Comrade Joseph Yamin, is here, ably supported by all our national officers. Then we have here members of the National Executive Committee of the party. Please give us a wave. A round of applause for all of them. And please, I want to hear your applause for this group. Our hard-working 137 members of parliament. A round of applause for our gallant MPs. And please, a special round of applause for their able leadership led by the Honorable Atto Forsen. I also want to especially acknowledge a leading member of the NDC, a member of the steering committee of our 2024 campaign, Dr. Kwamina Dufo, is here. A round of applause for him. Then we have a man who served this nation in many positions. He is the former Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Do Ejaho. A round of applause for him. Once a leader, a round of applause for the Member of Parliament for the good people of Tamale South, Honorable Haruna Idrisu. And then we have the chairperson or the head of the campaign team of the flag bearer, who also doubles as a national vice chairperson, Professor Joshua Alabi is here. A round of applause for him. The head of the campaign team of the running mate, Honorable Alex Segbefia, is also here. A round of applause for him. And then we have the former national chairman of the great NDC, Honorable Dr. Samuel Opozuambofu here. A round of applause for him. And in due course, I'll be introducing other dignitaries herein present. Now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, fellow countrymen and women, the NDC has an unparalleled legacy of development and national transformation, a legacy that we are proud of. Unfortunately, many are those who have been hoodwinked and deceived to believe otherwise, and that is because of the considerable deception and mischief that our opponents have peddled about our record, especially the state of the country we bequeathed to the MPP on the 7th of January 2017. And so even before we go into our manifesto for the 2024 election, it is important to set the record straight. And if it's about setting the record straight, then you will agree with me that there is none better than the man who led the famous forum for setting the record straight, a man who has inspired me a lot. With a round of applause, with a rousing round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the microphone, the Chief Executive Officer and General Secretary of the great NDC, Honorable Fifi Fiave Kwete.
Thank you very much. May I begin by acknowledging the presence of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the flag bearer of the great National Democratic Congress, and the spouse who is here. I want to acknowledge the Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Alban Sumana Babin, who is here with us. Prof. Nana Jane Opoku Ajima, the running mate of our flag bearer, my national chairman, all members of the National Executive Committee of the party who are here, the former Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Doa Jaho, who is present, Minority Leader, and all our MPs who are here, members of the Council of Elders, the chairman of the plan. A plan for our country. Over the last 8 years, what we have seen has been a systematic degradation of our nation. A nation that was on a cusp of transformation has systematically been brought to a level where today hope is gone and opportunities for our young people have virtually vanished. So today we are going to be listening to the unveiling of a set of policies that will bring about some hope for our country again. and set this country anew towards restoring our country to where it ought to be. Now, but before I go into the nation that was left for our friends when they took over in 2017, let me just say it this way, that we need to be careful that the competition for power should never become a simple competition between who can promise more. Because if it's an issue of promising, we know we in the NDC, we can never match our friends in the NPP. I mean, many of you remember that even as far back as 1992, in that very first election of this Fourth Republic, NPP already started promising this country their capacity to build rail lines from Accra all the way to the northern part of Ghana, 1992. So these are people who are known for easy promises. Because unfortunately their belief is that to win power, you simply need to say anything. So anything that can be promised, just promise it. So a contest between us and them on the back of promises is a contest that naturally we will lose. Why? Because if you have integrity and you have honor, you don't just promise anything for the sake of promise. So what I want to establish before I go into the Ghana we left is that promises are important, but promises based on policies that we want to deliver must be inspired by principles. When principles inspire your policies, you are able to deliver those policies. Now, so when, for example, you say that you want to transform Ghana in 18 months, we know that that's a policy that is not underpinned by any principle. That's a policy that is simply anchored on lies and deception. We know that when you say, for instance, that you want to change this country from taxation to production, you clearly are stating a policy that is not anchored on truth. You are lying, because it's simply not possible in a developing country to tell people that you want to remove taxation and simply have a country that is only for production. It's not possible. Some amount of taxation will definitely continue. When you say one village, one dam, and you know beyond doubt that you do not have that capacity, you are deceiving the people. And that is what we have seen over the last 8 years, that every single one of those promises today have become promises that are null and void. Now, so we want to make a difference, and the difference we want to make is our promises and our policies are anchored on principles. They came into office, and the first thing they did was to tell the country that we left for them a country that was destroyed, a country that was in a mess. But truly, if you go through the record, you know that many governments would actually be happy to find the foundations that we left behind when we left office in 2016. In 2016, when we were living, we delivered for our friends in the NPP a sound economy that was marked by sustainable public debt with a debt to GDP ratio that stood at 55.6%, a stable credit rating of B-, a low budget deficit of 6.1%, a declining inflation rate that stood around 15%. We handed over to them a depreciation of currency that stood about 9.6%, handed over to them a manufacturing sector that was very strong. We handed over to them 2 massive oil fields that they inherited, handed over to them a cocoa sector that was thriving and was producing at over 960,000 metric tons a year. Handed over to them a number of significant buffers. And some of these buffers are the ESLA that we handed over to them. We handed over to them Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, handed over to them a sinking fund, and all these were funds that any government taking office would be happy to inherit. Now, apart from this, we handed over to our friends the most monumental portfolio of investment that you can ever boast of in every sector, whether in the health sector, in the educational sector, in the energy sector, in across the whole segment of all that we had in government. Many people would actually wish that they inherited such an economy. Our friends unfortunately took over and pretended this was an economy that was in chaos. Now, when you take over a country and you cannot even acknowledge what you take over, you lie about the quality of the economy that you had made, right from the word go, you are in difficulty. Now, so what I want to just close today to say is that our manifesto that we are presenting to you today, just as we have done in the past, is a manifesto that will be delivering to you promises and policies that we know are achievable. The things that we cannot do, we will not talk about. But what it is that we can do, we will elaborate today in order for the country to know the clear difference between the NDC and the NPP. The final thing I will say before I sit down is that no government is perfect, so we accept that mistakes can be made. But what you do when you are in government is to show the humility, which humility means that when you are charting a path and there is a problem, you should have the capacity to acknowledge it and be able to receive the feedback so that corrections can be made. The manifesto we are presenting today is by no means going to be a perfect manifesto. But one thing we can promise you is the humility of the leadership, the humility of John Mahama, the humility of the people who are going to work with him to be able to say if there is a problem, we will be able to receive the necessary feedback and do the corrections in order to be able to deliver for the future. Unfortunately, we deal with people who, even when it is blatantly wrong, even when the vehicle is driving in the wrong direction, they are too proud, they are not humble enough, they are too arrogant to acknowledge it, and they continue driving in that same direction, refusing any feedback, refusing any constructive criticism. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to say more than this, but to simply establish to you that we are a party that makes every effort to establish every policy and every promise we made on sound principles, the principles of truth, the principles that our national anthem teaches us, that we need to cherish fearless honesty in all we do. It is only on the back of that honesty that we can truly have a nation that is truly great and strong. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for the General Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst some revered chiefs that I would like to acknowledge. We have here the paramount chief for Gomua Ejumako, Obrimpon Nyamfo Krampa. A round of applause for him. We also have here the chief of Efitu Ebusuya Penyi Nenyi Akon. A round of applause for him. We have here Nana Nekte. A round of applause for him as well. Then we have the Moses chief for the Greater Accra region, Naba Kauda. A round of applause for him. Then we have Dr. Chief Ishaku Tutu Maba, the Borisa number 2 Gonja chief for Ejumako traditional area. A round of applause for him. We also have here our hard-working parliamentary candidates. A round of applause for our PCs. But let me specially acknowledge one of our PCs. He is the reason why every part of Winneba is painted with NDC colors. He is our PC for this constituency and inshallah, the incoming Member of Parliament for Winneba. Dr. James Kofi Annan is here. Round of applause for him. Thank you for your good work. Ladies and gentlemen, turn to your neighbor and ask him or her whether he has a number. Do you have a number? Do you have a number? Eyezu. The man I'm about to introduce has a number. He is a number 3 in Ghana. A seasoned politician who has served this nation dutifully in many roles. He is a vanguard of our democracy and the public interest. But for him, I'm not sure that what we even have left as Ghana would have been in place. Ladies and gentlemen, a rousing round of applause for the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Alban Sumana Bagbin. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have here, even though I'll be introducing her later when she's about to speak, but it is important that I do so now before the main introduction. Ezu, our mother is in the house, the vice presidential candidate of the NDC and the incoming first female vice president of Ghana is here. Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman is in the house. Make some noise. Mamio Dende. Thank you. And then we have another mother. Your mother, my mother, our mother, the quintessential woman who has been taking care of our father, the woman who has transformed lives through her foundation. She's been First Lady, and by the grace of God, she is the incoming First Lady of Ghana, the beautiful wife of our father, Her Excellency Lordina Mahama is in the house. Make some noise and show her some love. Choboy. Now we've listened to our General Secretary set the record straight. NDC. The national chairman of the great NDC. The national chairman of the great NDC. Honorable Johnson Esiedun Ketia.
Your Excellency, the incoming President, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Your Excellency, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. You know something? I'm cutting the protocols here, because I charged my General Secretary to establish a very elaborate protocol list, so that if he makes a mistake, I will not be blamed. So I would like at this stage to write on the protocols established ably by the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress. But before I proceed, we had a shocking news yesterday, and that was the demise of one of our comrades. Comrade Eric Eric may be postponed this event. But we've been taught that when comrades are in battle, some comrades will fall. But we fight forward, win the victory, because before we come back to count the fallen comrades. So on this note, we are encouraged to proceed without him. But I'll crave the indulgence of everybody here for us to remember him with just 1 minute silence before we proceed with the rest of the proceedings. Shall we stand up and observe a minute silence for Comrade Eric Datson? May his soul and the soul of the earlier departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Revolution has a long way to go, but has come to stay. Revolution has a long way to go, but has come to stay. Revolution has come to stay. Revolution has a long way to go. But as now have introduced new fanciful terms such as haircuts and domestic debt exchange into our economic management lexicon. For the first time in our history, pensioners who toil to serve our country and are entitled to a quiet retirement have had to picket at the Ministry of Finance to demand their hard-earned savings which they had invested in government bonds. The sight of these senior citizens on television painted a rather bizarre image of our beloved country to the international community. Our present government has introduced a plethora of taxes that have visited excruciating hardship and a debilitating impact on our living conditions. Our infrastructure has broken down and many of our roads have been left in a bad state. Our hospitals have been neglected and many projects meant to enhance the quality of our health services have been completely ignored. Our educational system has been destroyed almost completely due to the reckless and the incompetent approach to the implementation of the free senior high school education program. After the smooth introduction of the Progressive Free Senior High School Education Program by the Mahama administration. Many parents have become exasperated as they demand the ever-elusive quality education for their wards. In the energy sector, ladies and gentlemen, the mismanagement has been phenomenal, and Dumso, that was effectively ended by the Mahama administration in 2016, has again reared its devastating has provided Ghanaians with one out of our social democratic ideals to address the many problems this country faces today. Our policy of the 24-hour economy has been clearly stated in simple terms to enable everybody to understand and associate with, except those who intentionally refuse to understand. So are other policies that we are convinced will help create the egalitarian society that we all seek for our country, Ghana. Ghanaians, that this manifesto, which represents the People's Manifesto, provides a solid framework for building the Ghana we want together. We urge you to identify with our manifesto policy proposals and dedicate yourselves to voting for the NDC on December 7, 2024, to reset and build Ghana, to bring it back from the abyss into which the country has sunk. Let us join hands to reset and rebuild the Ghana we want together. Long live Ghana. Long live the National Democratic Congress. I thank you very much, and may God bless our homeland Ghana.
John Dramani Mahama. The fire come assassin. If you say why you beat that? tomorrow by this time, I will have to be a fine. Dabi, say, Mama. When I did to say, how many of you believe that tomorrow by this time, God will make a way? Pay down, son. Oh, my new son is are you here? Let me see your hands up. Come on. Hey, my God, you make a way. What is it to be the way? The Lord will change my life. He will change my destiny. Oh, he has said that. The Lord will change my life. He will change my destiny. Hey, he will make a way. What is it to be the way? The Lord will change my life. He will change my life. The Lord will change my life. Tomorrow by this time, God will make a way for me. He will make a way. His Excellency, tomorrow by this time, God will make a way. He will make a way. How many of you believe that? Come on, let me share some. Come on. He will put our enemies in the shade. Change my life. He will put our enemies to shame. Come on, tomorrow by this time, He will make a way. He will make a way. Tomorrow by this time, He will make a way. Come on, tomorrow by this time. His Excellency, God bless you. Tomorrow by this time, God will make a way. He will make a way. Mama, God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. He will make a way for me. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. And yes, another round of applause for Jack Alolomi. Indeed, tomorrow by this time, God would have made a way
of getting any support from.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst members of the diplomatic corps that I want to quickly.
To the farm anymore. It's my mom who is able to.
We have here Mr. Bobby Carlos, head of consular services of the Togo Embassy. A round of applause for him. We have here Ketura Brown and Dennis Amenyodeto from the U.S. Embassy. A round of applause for them. We also have here Paul Edwards from the British High Commission. A round of applause for him. We have here Joshua Atabinori, advisor to the ambassador of the Netherlands in Ghana. And then we have Jonas Clare, the deputy head of the delegation from the European Union, is also here with us. A round of applause for him. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we also have some chiefs here that are here to be acknowledged. We have Nana Kwejose II, Jasehene. A round of applause for him. Then we have Nana Trebo Onda, Nana Kiniku Akom, Nasei,
Kenijaba Sika II, Nase Amanko II, Nase Awo Bonako I, and Nana Checheba I. A round of applause for all of them. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a time we've all been waiting for. It is now time for us to go into the 2024 Manifesto of the great NDC. The man who is going to start the presentation is not the one you were expecting to start, because usually he doesn't speak around this time. But because this manifesto is anchored on his vision, he will be setting the ball rolling by sharing with us the vision underpinning the manifesto and very important highlights in the manifesto. But he will be back again for part 2 of his presentation, where he will be sharing with us his first 120 day who said that yetisi were come there. Those who said that they were too old to steal our money. Those who projected themselves as economic messiahs have turned around to plunder the resources of this country. And today we are all feeling the consequences. We are all suffering. Never in the history of this country has our nation been subjected to this rape and state capture. And so, from the north to the south, from the east to the west, there is a loud cry for change. And make no mistake about it, this cry for change is not about any political cry for change. It's about the redemption of the soul of our nation. It is about the healing of the soul of our nation. It is about resetting our country for jobs, prosperity for all, and accountability. And ladies and gentlemen, as daunting as this task is, we all have the collective capability under the right leadership to turn things around. The right leadership. But you see, who is that leader who can be trusted to lead all of us to build the Ghana we want together? I'm sure you will agree with me that that leader is none other than the visionary nation builder. A man of vision. A man who has love for Ghana. A man of integrity, despite the many lies which were heaped on him and the deliberate character assassination that this man was subjected to. Today, God and posterity has vindicated him. Today, he remains squeaky clean. And one thing about this man is that he is not a try and error person. He's a man with a proven track record. In only 4 years, Choboy, this man gave Ghana the best international airport in the whole of West Africa. Choboy, in only 4 years, this man gave us the biggest ports in the whole of West Africa. In only 4 years, and I'm not talking about projects that someone started and he came to complete. Projects started and completed. Choboy, in only 4 years, under his leadership, the Bank of Ghana Hospital was built. In only 4 years, the Ghana Maritime Hospital was built under his leadership. In only 4 years, the Dodowa Hospital was built. In only 4 years, here in the central region, the Kaswa interchange was built. In only 4 years, the Kaswa Polyclinic was built. And under his leadership, in only 4 years, we saw the single largest contribution to our secondary school stock in Ghana. The commencement of the construction of 124 secondary schools, 46 of which he completed and operationalized. And today in the central region, if you go to Diaso, you will see some there. If you go to Mori, you will see some there. If you go to Awutu of Akko, you will see some there. And that is why we call him the nation builder. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the stone that the builders rejected, which has become the chief cornerstone, the flag bearer and the leader of the great National Democratic Congress, and by the grace of God, the incoming president of the Republic of Ghana, Choboyi. Welcome to the microphone, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, John Dramani Mahama.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the nation builder.
John Mahama, waya, 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 waya.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Eyezu, Eyeza, Eyezu, Eza, Choboyi, Choboyi, hey, hey, hey. Thank you very much. Thank you. My dear comrades, members, supporters, sympathizers, and followers of the National Democratic Congress, the good people of Ghana watching and listening from across the country and the world, and those who have joined us here in Winneba, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, my running mate for the 2024 election, the Right Honorable Speaker Alban Bagbin, a bona fide member of our party, my beloved wife Lodina, my dear children who are here with me, Sharaf, Shahid, Farida, thank you, I acknowledge you. Our National Chairman, Johnson Asiedun Ketia, our General Secretary, PP Tiavikwete, our traditional rulers who have been so kind to join us here today, our members of the Council of Elders who, despite age, have managed with their walking sticks to join us this morning, party supporters, ladies and gentlemen. Today we gather with hope as one people, united in victory, and as one nation, Ghana, with a common interwoven invisible destiny. Today we also gather to reignite and reaffirm the dreams of our forebears, led by Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the founder of our great nation, a nation with one destiny, a destiny that cannot afford to endure one additional day beyond January 7, 2025, of the maladministration, the mismanagement, and state capture this nation has been subjected to over the last almost 8 years. For the sake of God's children, and in the name of God, the people of Ghana will wake up from this nightmare and envision a bright new dawn of opportunities for all its people and not just a few. My brothers and sisters, our dear nation Ghana is bleeding. Ghana's soul is calling for change. Mother Ghana is crying for its true and genuine patriotic citizens to rise up to reset our beloved nation. Ghanaians can take no more of the hardship, the impunity, the state capture, the hypocrisy, the lies and bad governance that has been inflicted on them over the 2 terms of this outgoing administration. We cannot fail Mother Ghana, and therefore I urge you all to vote for change on December 7th, 2024. We, the members of the National Democratic Congress, have gathered here to express our utmost belief in democratic governance and to proclaim right here in Winneba, also called SIMPA, that the time is up for this administration. The time is up for them to go. They have decimated our democracy beyond recognition. They've destroyed livelihoods and families and pushed millions of our people below the poverty line. Your vote on December 7th will end the tyranny. It will end the cronyism. It will end the corruption. It will end the hardship. It will also pave the way for the vision, experience, and trustworthiness. And I, John Dramani Mahama, is going to restore that to the Flagstaff House. As I've said before, this government must begin writing their handing over notes if they have not started doing so already. This MPP administration has been the biggest political scam that has been pulled on Ghanaians since our independence in 1957. And I'll explain why. They were repackaged with ribbons and sweetly scented with enticing promises. Most Ghanaians will agree that Nana Akufo-Addo is indeed the president Ghana never got. And indeed, I dare say, his much-touted economic whiz-kid, Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is also the economic messiah Ghana never got. The NPP government took over from our administration on 7 January 2017. They inherited an energy sector we had stabilized with the fastest mobilization of emergency power of almost 800 megawatts in the history of Ghana. Along with this came a new Energy Sector Levy Act, which we call ESLA, with potential revenues of 3 billion Ghana cedis every year to pay off legacy energy sector debts. They inherited an ongoing Millennium Challenge Compact of $547 million aimed at making Ghana's energy sector the most efficient in Africa. This family, ruling family, quarreled over the shares in the PDS company and led to the US pulling back $190 million, which was meant for the most critical component of the compact, and that is private sector participation and improvement in collections at the distribution end of the electricity value chain. They inherited more than $450 million of the IMF extended credit facility initiated by my administration. Most of our state-owned enterprises were breaking even or making a profit. We handed that to them. They inherited a cocoa production of more than 960,000 metric tons of cocoa, with a cocoa board that was making profit and owed only 1.5 billion cedis to the central bank in cocoa bills. We handed over to them 2 new oil-producing wells, the 10 Field and the ENI Sankofa, which increased Ghana's oil production by more than 100,000 barrels per day, with additional gas of more than 200 million standard cubic feet per day. And this increased Ghana's oil revenues from petroleum by more than $500 million every year. They took over from our administration a stabilization fund in which we had accrued $277 million. A Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund with seed money of $270 million. A sinking fund account at the Bank of Ghana with a balance of over $200 million. They inherited a budget that ran a deficit of 6.1% with zero borrowing from the central bank, the Bank of Ghana, zero borrowing. They inherited a stable currency that traded at about 4 cedis to $1. Inflation was at 15.4%. Unemployment was at 8.4%. And when we handed over the administration of this country to the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia government, Ghana's debt as a percentage of our GDP was 56%. As a result of fiscal consolidation, we handed over an economy that was set to grow above 8%, as predicted by the World Bank and IMF and all the credit rating agencies. Private businesses enjoyed an enabling environment to thrive, and foreign investors were queuing to make investments in our economy. The NPP government also took off with a stabilized economy and significant buffers with enormous domestic and internal goodwill. Indeed, this has been the most favored government in our history. But alas, the Ghanaian people's favor, their goodwill, has been repaid with only pain and anguish. This government has received more revenue than all governments combined in the history of Ghana. And as the saying goes, to whom much is given, much is expected. Unfortunately, the people of Ghana have been severely shortchanged by this administration. The scorecard of this administration has been abysmal. An inflation rate that went as high as 54% and is currently still hovering above 20%. Ghana today has one of the highest food inflation rates in the whole of Africa. We have a currency that has depreciated to almost 16 cedis to $1, and we borrowed more than 70 billion from the central bank, the Bank of Ghana, causing a serious upsurge in inflation and causing the Bank of Ghana to go broke. We have a debt to GDP that went as high as 104%, and today the unemployment rate is almost 15%, from just above 8% in 2016. Worst of all, Ghana has defaulted on her debt payments and has therefore engaged in a debt exchange that has resulted in painful haircuts, and they have deferred the tenure of bonds at lower interest rates. This has caused a lot of trouble for investors, including pensioners. Cocoa production, which has been one of the mainstay of our economy, has plummeted, and for the first time in the history of our country, the Cocoa Board annual syndication, which was sought after by all international banks, today it has no takers. Nobody is willing to lend Cocoa Board any money. Production volumes are down, and Cocoa Board is seeking to delay delivery of almost 350,000 tons of cocoa to next year. It means that your government, NDC, is the one going to have to find the 350,000 to fill that hole, to pay the debt. Cocoa Board has also defaulted on almost 13 billion Ghana cedis in cocoa bonds. Oil and gas production has declined by 32%, and debt to independent power producers has increased astronomically. Today, the majority of state-owned enterprises are posting massive losses. The COVID pandemic, rather than being an adversity, turned out to be a blessing, with a windfall for this government of almost 25 billion Ghana cedis of inflows. most of which were doled out to companies owned by family and friends. The majority of our citizens are convinced that our country, Ghana, is going in the wrong direction. Faith in our democracy is at its lowest, and many of our youth do not believe that constitutional governance is working for them. Faith in our democratic institutions and the political leadership is at its lowest ebb, and corruption is at its highest, and Ghanaians have become numb to the scandals that are exposed almost every week. And when you have a president who says he does not understand the hullabaloo that is being made about the sale of snitch hotels to a minister in his own government, then clearly he is on a completely different wavelength from the rest of us in this country. My brothers and sisters, this is a president who just doesn't get it. Many domestic and foreign investors have adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Many of them I have met have told me that they are waiting for a signal from the Ghanaian people that the political and business environment is going to change for the better, that we are going to effect a change of course so that we can provide a reasonable environment for them to put in their investments. Ladies and gentlemen, the Holy Book in Matthew 25:14-30 tells one of the parables of Jesus Christ, and this is the parable of the talents. This parable teaches us to invest whatever is put in our care wisely for the benefit of our master. The master in this case is the people of Ghana. This administration is just like the last of the servants who buried his talents that was given to him by his master, and when his master came, he returned the 1 talent to him. But in this case of Akufo-Addo and Bawumia and their cabal, they did not bury the 1 talent and give us back our 1 talent when we returned. They gambled with the talents that we gave them, and they landed the people of Ghana in a huge debt. We cannot continue on this path. Lessons must be learned from the experience of these last almost 8 years. A vote for the MPP will be an expression of satisfaction with the impunity of the last 8 years. A vote for the MPP is a vote for a 3rd term for Nana Akufo-Addo. A vote for the MPP in this election is a vote to escape accountability. It is a vote to allow officials who have stolen and raped this country's resources to escape accountability and go laughing all the way to their bank accounts. Ladies and gentlemen, their flag bearer and his running mate, who have been prominent actors in this horror movie Ghanaians have watched these last almost 8 years, you know horror movies, don't you? Their flag bearer and his running mate, who have been prominent actors in the horror movies Ghanaians have watched these almost last 8 years. These people cannot be the ones to exact accountability from the government of which they have been an integral part. We are at a critical juncture in our democratic history. Choices we make in elections come with consequences. We cannot afford to fail this time. A restive youthful population does not have the luxury of trial and error. They do not have the luxury of trying a driver's mate who has learnt his driving skills from the same driver who crashed the Ghanaian vehicle of state. Our nation needs a reset. Our democracy needs a reset. Our economy needs a reset. Our governance needs a reset. And our attitudes need a reset. We need a government that will galvanize the efforts of all Ghanaians, irrespective of ethnicity, religion, or party affiliation. We need a government that will allow all businesses to thrive, whether owned by domestic investors or foreign investors, no matter their ethnic, religious, or partisan colors of its owner. We need to make a change that will usher in a government that is responsible and accountable. We need to open up this country for business again. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to present to you our manifesto. We need a leadership that will crack the ship when its own appointees go down the wrong track. We need a responsive government that will respect the rights and freedoms of our citizens, including journalists, and address the ongoing decay of state institutions and fight corruption by deploying the Operation Recover All the Loot principle. Operation Recover All the Loot strategy, and that is ORAL. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are presenting to you a manifesto that will help take back your future, take the future of Ghana back into the hands of the Ghanaian people. Ladies and gentlemen, I will at this point give you some highlights of our manifesto, after which my running mate, and by God's grace, the next Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor J. Nana Opoku-Agyeman, a prominent daughter of the Central Region, and other presenters will delve into other areas of the manifesto. Ladies and gentlemen, first is resetting the economy for prosperity. In the first 120 days in office, we will hold a national economic dialogue to draw up a 4-year fiscal consolidation plan. We would rationalize taxes, abolishing, among others, the obnoxious e-levy, the COVID levy, and the 10% levy on bet winnings. We will review import duties and levies on vehicles and equipment meant for industrial and agricultural purposes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will rationalize port fees and charges and implement emergency measures to stabilize the city and the macroeconomic environment. Ladies and gentlemen, we will use the price stabilization and recovery levy to cushion consumers of petroleum products. We will investigate the MPP's opaque gold for oil deal. We will review the gold purchase program of the Bank of Ghana and will restore the licenses of wrongfully collapsed banks and financial institutions. We will increase indigenous participation in the banking and financial sector, and we will free the statutory funds, the GET Fund, NHIL, Road Fund, to be able to achieve their mandated objectives. Ladies and gentlemen, alleviating the current economic hardships. And one of our first programs is the no fee stress policy. There are many students who are unable to take up their places in tertiary educational institutions because they cannot afford to pay the academic user fees, the academic fees. And so we'll take that stress off them. For the first year, they will not be required to pay fees. And I assure the universities it will not affect their internal generated funds. We're going to give the money to the student's loan. The student loan will pay it to the universities as a grant. It will be paid as a grant, not as a loan. And aside from that, we're going to increase the subvention that goes to our public universities so that we can improve quality and learning in those universities. We will provide free tertiary education for all persons with disability. And we will provide free sanitary pads for girls in school. If you remember, Nana Jane started that policy with a World Bank facility, and they called that loan the PAD loan. Yes, we are proud of the PAD loan. It will allow our young girls who are going through their periods to be neat and hygienic and not to miss school, be able to go to school all year round. We will uncap the National Health Insurance Levy. Currently, there's a cap on the levy, and so a certain portion of the levy goes into the consolidated fund. And so the Health Insurance Authority is not able to pay the health facilities, reimburse them for the services that they provide. We will uncap the health insurance so that all the National Health Insurance Levy will go into the National Health Insurance Fund so that they can pay the hospitals for looking after our people. And of course, this is associated with it. We'll reprioritize the health sector by ensuring timely releases of payment to service providers. We established the Ghana Medical Care Trust, into brackets, somebody calls it Mahama Cares, to support persons with chronic diseases such as kidney failure, cancer, sickle cell, diabetes, hypertension, and other health-related diseases. We'll also introduce the community pharmacy concept, and that will encourage people to go to your local pharmacy and go have your blood pressure taken and your sugar checked, so that if you have diabetes or high blood pressure, we're able to know early so that you can get treatment and be able to survive. We'll implement free primary health care services. So if you go to a CHIPS compound or a health center, whether you have a national health insurance card or not, you will be treated for free. And so from the health center level down, polyclinic, health center, CHIPS compound, if you go, you will be treated for free. From the district referral hospital upwards, you use your Ghana your national health insurance card and you receive treatment. We will expand health infrastructure to restore the automatic employment and timely deployment of health workers. And so we're not going to wait till elections are coming and announce that we've opened the recruitment portal. The recruitment portal will be open and will do continuous employment of health workers, doctors, and nurses. We need a first-class children's hospital in Ghana. The existing children's hospital has outlived this usefulness. And so we're going to construct a state-of-the-art 500-bed specialist children's hospital in Accra. And so children who have sicknesses that cannot be handled in other parts of the country will come to Accra. There will be specialist pediatricians there to give them the care they deserve. Of course, we'll expand, we'll construct a state-of-the-art, I've said that one. We'll also construct a fertility center. There are a lot of mothers who cannot have children just because there's something wrong with the reproductive system. It can be corrected, and they can have babies and enjoy the joy of motherhood. But currently, the prices that the private fertility hospitals charge are out of the range of most mothers. And so government will step in. We'll build a fertility center where mothers who want children can come for consultation, and they will be given the treatment so that they also can enjoy the joy of motherhood. I'll go quickly. We'll expand the facilities at the whole teaching hospital in order that it can provide specialist services and also be a quaternary hospital to serve the University of Health and Allied Sciences. In the whole of the OT corridor up to the northeastern part of the country, there's no trauma hospital. And so we'll build a trauma hospital there so that persons who are involved in accidents on the Eastern Corridor Road will have a place where they can be treated properly before they are transferred. We will establish modern dialysis centers in hospitals in regions that don't have them. Currently, most of Upper West, my own hometown, Bole, and other places, if you have a kidney ailment, the only place you can go for treatment is in Kumasi. And you have to go with your wife, your family, you have to find a place to stay. It is a burden. And so we want to make sure that every region has a modern dialysis center so that we can ease the burden on persons with kidney ailments. We will build modern hospitals in Boko, Yendi, and other underserved areas. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 24-hour. This is the 24-hour economic clock. One job, 3 shifts, 3 people. 1, 3, 3. One job, 3 shifts, 3 people. Obiabe Didi. Ezu. Extraordinary problems require extraordinary solutions for extraordinary results. And so businesses and public organizations will be encouraged to operate 24/7 in 3 shifts of 8 hours each. This will boost production, it will increase employment and provide well-paying jobs. It will transform Ghana into an import substitution and export-led country. It will increase employment opportunities and revenue, and it will enhance access to public services. We will focus on some selected public institutions that have huge customer traffic. For instance, the ports and harbors should be open 24/7. That means we have to employ more workers at the port. We have to employ more customs officers, more Gapoha workers, more forklift operators and all that. We need customs. Customs should work 24/7, 3 shifts, so that at any time your items come, customs at any time of the day is open for business. You can go and process your import things, papers, and take your things out of the port. We must have a passport office that is operating longer than 8 hours, so that people who need passports and other such documentation can have access to it. We must have a DVLA that is working more shifts than 1 shift, so that more people can get their licenses processed in a shorter time than the current waiting time. In the private sector, the sectors that we are looking to promote and encourage to run 24/7 and 3 shifts are first the agro-processing sector. That is those who will process our cassava into cassava starch, cassava flour, gari and all that. There's a huge market in Africa for all these products and in other parts of the world. Manufacturing, that is industry. Manufacturing, that is industry. And so the textiles industry, the fruit juice making industry, all the industries, the iron and steel industry will be encouraged to run 24/7. The pharmaceutical sector, we want Ghana to be the pharmaceutical hub of the whole of Africa, so that we'll produce medicines here and export them to all other African countries. Construction sites, we want our construction companies to work 24/7 all year, all hours round, so that they can deliver our infrastructure faster than they currently do. Financial services, the same. Sanitation and garbage collection. It is better to collect garbage, bola, in the night, rather than collect the bola and be competing with cars in the daytime when we have rush hour traffic. Extractive industries, the mines, mining bauxite, mining gold, mining manganese, lithium, they must work 24/7, 3 shifts every day. Hospitality industry, our restaurants, our discotheques, our nightclubs, our hotels, 24/7, 24 hours a day. Retail centers, all the malls, there's no reason why you should shut. People can come in the night time and buy items, so they should work longer than 8 hours. Transportation services, there should be buses running 24 hours so that people who have to go to their jobs can be able to get a bus to go to their jobs. Security services, we need safety and security to be able to implement the 24-hour economy. And so we need more police officers, we need more soldiers, we need more prisons officers, more fire service officers, more customs, more immigration. Now the support package for 24-hour businesses is to stimulate demand for 24-hour economic goods and services. And this will be supported by strategic investments in infrastructure, in security, in energy. We'll have public and private security architecture, cheaper and reliable electricity, that is the time of use tariff. So in the night when we're not using much of the power and it's going to waste, we can supply it to the 24-hour economy enclave at cheaper rates than we currently charge. Tax incentives to companies that will sign up for the 24-hour economy, they'll be given tax incentives so they pay lower taxes so they can reinvest what they have saved back into increasing their production. We'll give them support from the Ghana Exim Bank, especially for the agro-processing and manufacturing sectors that are going to be exporting. We'll support SMEs operating capacity with catalytic investments to upgrade and generate jobs. The Accelerated Export Development Council, I'm going to chair that personally. We want to accelerate our exports. We're going to register more Ghanaian goods on the African Continental Free Trade Area so that we can export to other countries. And I'm going to chair that personally. And we'll meet every month and appraise where we are at in terms of encouraging Ghanaian businesses to export. This Accelerated Export Development Council will promote exports under the 24-hour economy. My running mate will talk more about this, so I will jump it. Women's Development Bank. It will give low interest loans, particularly to women's businesses. She will talk more about it, so let's jump it. The National Apprenticeship Program will be for self-employment, and it will also help people who have come out of school at different levels who want to go and learn a skill, but their parents are unable to pay the masters for them to go and learn. The government, through the district assemblies, is going to register all master craftsmen. We're going to pay them and assign these young people to them so that they can learn a skill to go into the world of work. Next slide. Free technical and vocational training for young people. The time for grammar school education has passed. The time where you were judged by the long grammar you could speak has passed. We now need more technicians, more mechanics, more plumbers, more artisans. And so we're going to shift our focus from grammar school and build more technical and vocational educational schools so that our children who leave free SHS, who leave JHS and unable to continue can go and train as apprentices and be graduated with certificates. We'll provide them with startup capital to be able to start their own small businesses. We'll also use NVTI to train and test them so that they can get their certificates to enter the world of work. We have what we call the Jumara program. And this is the entrepreneurial program. Nobody says you must finish school and become an employee. You can finish school and become an employer and employ employees. And so every year we want to target 10,000 youth entrepreneurs to set up their own businesses. We'll mentor them, we'll monitor them, we'll supervise them until they're able to stand on their own feet, and they will employ their colleagues instead of becoming employees. Business development. We exempt new and small businesses, that is small and medium enterprises, new and small businesses that are registered, and personal income tax of those businesses from the first 2 years after they are incorporated. So if you are a young person under this program and you set up your business, for 2 years you won't pay any corporate income tax. You start paying after 2 years. Because we want the business to be able to get a grounding and be able to stand on its feet before they start paying taxes. We review the Customs Amendment Act to scrap the ban on salvage vehicles. Not everybody can afford a new vehicle. And so their vehicles in good shape, they must have had a small accident. We have young people in the magazine who are repairing these vehicles. If we say we're banning these vehicles, we're throwing those young people out of work. And so we allow salvage vehicles to come in so that other people can buy vehicles at affordable rates. And if we do this, it will save the local automotive industry. And so the Swami magazine, the Kokompes, the Aboso kinds will continue to do their business even as we set up an automobile industry. We'll support the redevelopment of Kokompe, Abosokai, and all those magazines so that it creates a more congenial environment for people to come and do business. We'll implement a Made in Ghana agenda for the production and consumption of Made in Ghana goods. Government is going to use its budget to buy Made in Ghana goods first. It's only when you can't get that good that you'll be allowed to buy a foreign product. If the good is produced in Ghana, you must buy it first. And so we're going to use government's financial muscle to encourage local production of goods and services. If you are a foreign industry and you want us to buy your goods, come and establish the factory here and produce what you want us to buy here. We'll launch an Export Ghana policy. And it is the Accelerated Economic Development Council that is going to oversee this Export Ghana policy. And we're going to use that policy to facilitate exports under African Continental Free Trade Area and also the ECOWAS trade liberalization. We'll enhance the role of the Ghana Exim Bank in financing non-traditional exports. We'll readjust their focus so that they are putting money into industries that are exporting products, so that we can give them capital at a cheaper rate. Money yo, am I right? A money yo pension scheme. We'll introduce a money yo pension scheme so that persons in the informal sector who want to put something aside for their pension and their retirement can put 10 Ghana cedis a day, 5 Ghana cedis a week, 50 Ghana cedis a week. They will keep paying it so that when it gets to their turn for retirement, they have some money that they can rely on. We'll also, this pension scheme will cover commercial drivers and my dear Okada riders. They will also be part of the pension scheme. It will also be extended to small-scale miners, farmers, fishermen, traders, and market women. People who receive cash on daily basis. You put a little aside. If it's every week, you go and pay it into the money, or you can use your mobile phone and pay, and your account will keep being updated. So after 15 years, that money has been invested. When you are retiring, you have your pot of money so that you can be getting a pension every month in your old age. Digital jobs initiatives. We'll partner the private sector to invest $3 billion to leverage ICT for jobs. And this will be through the 1 million coders program. We announced this in 2020 and we didn't win power, so we couldn't implement it. Somebody lifted it from our 2020 manifesto and quickly put it out as if it was theirs. I said, go and look in 2020, you see that we had already put it there. But we will continue with our 1 million coders program to train 1 million people in coding and web development, software engineering, and others. We will stimulate demand for made in Ghana software. We are exporting a lot of hard currency. When we import goods, we know that we are sending foreign currency out to buy those goods. When we import food, we are sending money out to buy that food. But when we send money out to pay copyright to Microsoft, to Oracle, to all the people whose software we are running on our banks and all our online portals and all that, nobody sees it. And so if we are going to train 1 million coders to do software, web hosting and all that, we must create a demand for it locally. And so government will first see if we have the available software in-house before we allow anybody to buy software from outside. And so we'll exchange payments for subscriptions to overseas vendors. We establish regional digital centers for business process outsourcing. Business process outsourcing is when you sit in Ghana and you get a contract from abroad to do a certain job. You're able to do it from here without being physically there. And so you can process parking tickets in New York. You can process various items that they want. At times when they have gone to bed, they need somebody to be taking calls and responding to clients. They sometimes outsource it to other countries. Ghana is a good center to take advantage of this because our English is even clearer than many of the other countries that are doing the business process outsourcing. So people want Ghana to expand. Invest 50 million in a fintech growth fund to promote digital entrepreneurs. I announced this long ago when I met the fintech entrepreneurs. Set up zonal ICT parks to make Ghana the innovation, artificial intelligence, and cyber security center of Africa. Redevelop the Dawa ICT park into a world center of excellence. Ghana's first flagship program for jobs. We'll work with the private sector to make Ghana the hub for pharmaceutical production. I've announced this already. We want our pharmaceutical industry to export drugs to all other African countries and other places. We'll develop an integrated aluminium industry for industrialization. We'll invest in the production of plastics, fertilizers, and other synthetic materials here. Expansion of the automotive and vehicle assembly sector. With this one, government is going, if we budget to buy vehicles, we're going to buy vehicles that have been assembled in Ghana. We will not buy vehicles from outside and bring them in. So all those who have set up automotive assembly plants here, if government needs vehicles every year, we're going to buy those vehicles from them not from outside. We will promote light industrial manufacture, especially in the textiles and electronic products. Today I was speaking with an investor, and he was talking about the textiles industry. And I told him, I said, unfortunately, we're not producing our own cotton. And he said, you don't need to produce your own cotton now. You can import cotton from Burkina Faso, you can import cotton from Benin, and start your textile industry. And when you have started it, you can backward integrate it in your own cotton production. Brilliant idea. So I told him, on 8th January, I'll be in the office. Come and see me, and let's start working. And so we'll revamp the textile and cotton and allied industries. We'll set up agro-industrial zones in all regions. I've said this already. We'll get a site in every region. Government will clear the site. We'll develop the site. We'll bring water, electricity to the site. And any private sector developer who wants to produce to buy agro products and process can come and get a land within the agro processing zone and start his business, so that he doesn't have to go. And quarrel with families. They'll sell him land. Another person will come, no, the land was not for this one. Government will secure the land so that they can easily set up their businesses. Establish mini processing plants for cassava, tomatoes, fruits. Set up cashew processing factories in Bono East and Ahafo, where we have the most cashew. Set up ginger processing plants in OT. We look at the comparative advantage of every region, and we will set up the plants that suit that region. We're not doing one district, one factory. We're looking at every region's comparative advantage, and we'll put in the processing capacity that will make use of their products. Facilitate the construction of 20 medium-scale animal feed processing plants and revamp the collapsing poultry industry. One of the major inputs that goes into poultry and livestock is the feed. It is very expensive because we import a lot of it currently. If we're producing more of it, we can get a lower price for the feed. And so we'll set up 20 feed processing plants so that they can process and produce feed locally. One area is the Bono area. I know the Doma area, there's a lot of poultry. We'll give poultry cages to all the young people who want to do poultry. Exim Bank will give them assistance to produce the chicken. We'll produce cold storage facilities and processing facilities so they can process their chicken and keep it in the cold storage facilities ready for the market. Establish, it's gone. Okay. Agriculture for jobs. We want to make agriculture more attractive through modernization to ensure food security and job creation. We reduce food inflation to lower the high cost of living through our Agriculture for Economic Transformation program. We'll roll out a Feed Ghana program, which is to boost food production, guarantee food security, and supply raw materials to industry. And this is my favorite project, to establish farmer service centers in all agricultural production areas. And in each farmer service center, there will be tractors, there will be harvesters, there will be plows, there will be harrows, there will be planters, everything you need to do modernized farming. And our farmers are going to be registered within the catchment area of the farmer service center. And at the beginning of the year, you go to your farmer the planting season, you go to your farmer service center, they will provide you with the services, give you the fertilizer, give you the improved seeds, plow for you, plant for you. And when you harvest and you sell your crops, you come and pay the cost of the inputs that they gave you. We'll create farm banks with agricultural zones to ease access to land and irrigation facilities for agricultural purposes and encourage young people to go into farming. We need to bring more of our land into irrigation, because you know what happened this year. There was a drought in the north and parts of Bono region. For almost 8 weeks, the rain didn't fall, and so people have lost their crops. And so we'll go more for irrigation, even if small scale, boreholes. We have the Volta River, all along the banks of the Volta River, we can develop irrigation facilities. Promoting good governance and combating corruption. Remarkably reduce the size of government to 60 ministers. No more than 60 ministers. And so there will be other things for other people to do. We all can be ministers. I know when I say 60 ministers, I say, there are people aiming to become ministers, but we all can be ministers. So we will choose 60 ministers, but others would have other assignments that they can do. Address the benefit disparities between Article 71 holders. I've said this already. We have two public servants, Article 71, and then the others who are under the fair wages. And so we want to bridge the disparity between them so that all of us come under an independent emoluments committee, and our salaries and emoluments are determined from the smallest watchman to the president. We will determine our salaries and wages. A ruthless war against corruption. Operation Recover All the Loot, oral, is to prohibit political appointees and politically exposed persons, not only political appointees and politically exposed persons, and all serving public officials from purchasing state assets. So it's not only me who cannot buy a state asset, my wife Lodina cannot buy a state asset, my son Sharaf or Shahid or Farida cannot buy a state asset because they are politically exposed persons. Reopen investigations into major unresolved cases, including the Ayawasu West Wogombai election violence, the 2020 election killings, the unresolved murder of Ahmed Swale and Silas Wulo-Chami. There are all these cases that occurred under this administration. They refused to investigate them. Even where they've investigated, they've refused to implement the reports. They've not paid any compensation to the persons who are affected. We're going to look at all that and we'll deal with it. Dedicate equitable attention to all levels of education. Improve free SHS. Improve the quality of food for our children. Cancel the double track so that all our children can go to school at the same time. We're going to provide dedicated and sustainable source of funding for free SHS. The problem with the free SHS is it has no dedicated funding. And so it's subject to the hazards of the budget. And often the consolidated fund does not release funds, and so children go hungry because the funds have not arrived. Decentralize the procurement of food for SHSs to boost local economies. The feeding grant will go to the schools, to the headmasters and the business, and they will go to the local market and buy the beans, the granules, the rice, the cassava dough, the agbelima, the meat from the local market, so that the town in which the school is located can also benefit from that. It will also allow the headmasters to provide more nutritious foods than the current system. I said this already, implement a no academic fees policy for level 100 students, no fee stress policy. We'll use 5G and low Earth orbit systems to improve the quality of education across the country by extending course tutorials to students everywhere. We have good masters in different schools, and so for us, perhaps the best mathematics master is in Wesley Girls. The best French teacher is in Ghana Secondary School. The best geography teacher is in GSTS. Ghana Education Service will select these teachers, and they will teach. They will be filmed teaching the course online. They will teach online, and we'll upload this course content on YouTube, and so you can go on YouTube and download what you want. If it's mathematics, you download it. If it's geography, you download it. But at the same time, it will be available on demand. And because we're going to put Starlink satellite, internet satellites on every secondary school, the teachers can use the Starlink to show the children the demonstration by these teachers. And so you can be in Bunkurgu Secondary School. The best maths master in Wesley Girls will be teaching you because you'll be able to download his course material. That's the Basintali boy. We'll provide free tertiary education, I've said that already. We'll provide continuing students with financial assistance. We're going to reintroduce what we had started, which is the Student Loan Fund Trust Fund Plus. It's a Student Loan Plus. And so it's an enhanced student loan. You get more money from the Student Loan Plus, and you only start paying when you get employment, when you leave school. Implement a bed for all. We have a bed for all program. Our tertiary institutions have huge lands that are not utilized. Normally when we want to build a university, we take a huge piece of land, and after many years, part of the land is still lying fallow, and even people are encroaching on the land. And so we're going to sit with the universities and carve out a part of their land. And we're going to get the private sector. We'll do a design of hostels. If you're interested in investing your money in the hostel, you will build the hostel, we'll regulate the charges, and you will pay for the cost of it over a period of time, and you can make your profit. So that more of our children can have accommodation on campus. That is the Bed for All program. The hostels will be built by the private sector. They will build it, they will charge the fees, but we'll sit with them and regulate the fees so that they are not too exorbitant. What else? Legislation to streamline and regulate the award of government scholarships. Government scholarships have been fraught with a lot of, let me say, kalabule. We want to streamline it, and as I've said, persons with conflict of interest will not be allowed to apply for scholarships. I would not apply for a scholarship for my children. None of my ministers will do it. Any political appointee must not apply for scholarships. You must pay for yourself. Leave the scholarships for the children of the underprivileged. Those who cannot afford it are the ones who must get the scholarships. And we're going to do that. We'll abolish teacher licensure exams. We'll abolish teacher licensure exams and integrate it into the licensing process in their final year exam. We'll institute the Teacher Dabre project. And what this means is that any new school we are building must be accompanied by accommodation for teachers. We're not going to build classroom blocks anymore without teacher accommodation. Every new classroom block, every school must have teacher accommodation. And we'll also accelerate providing accommodation by the existing schools that do not have them. And that will be the Teacher Dabre. It means where teacher will sleep program. In consultation with the stakeholders, we would push ahead with the implementation. This has been on the drawing board for a long time. That is 20% basic salary, special allowance for teachers and health workers who accept postings to rural areas. Most of our teachers and health workers don't want to go to rural areas. Everybody wants to serve in the city. And so we're going to map out what we define as rural areas. If you accept posting to go there, you get 20% of your basic salary as an incentive, as an allowance to teach in the rural area. Expand infrastructure to ensure prompt employment of nurses and teachers. And so that is also part of it. Assist teachers to own their own vehicles of their choice by offering flexible duty payment arrangements and employer guarantees in partnership with teacher unions and the banking sector. We will encourage teachers to take loans to own their own cars, teachers and other public sector workers. And so your bank will pay for the car, we will deduct it from your salary and pay straight to the bank. And what we'll do is, we will not waive the duty on the vehicle. What we'll do is, we'll allow you to pay the duty in small installments until you finish paying the duty, so that the car is yours. You'll be using the car while paying bit by bit by bit. I didn't say 1 cedi, 2 cedis. That will take 1,000 years to pay. But it will be a percentage of your salary that will go towards paying off the cost of the car and the installment payments of the duties. This is going to be the age of the railways. We have paid lip service to building railways for a long time, and this time we want to make a move on it. It's going to be done by build, operate and transfer. Because we've been shut out of the international credit market, there's no way we can go on the capital market and borrow to build railway lines. We're going to offer an expression of interest, transparent, to companies that are willing to invest in our railways, and they will bring the money, they will build the railway lines, and all the revenue will go towards repaying the railway lines. And so if it takes 25 years to repay, they will control it for 25 years. After 25 years, when they have recouped their money, then we'll sit down with them, and then they will transfer the assets to the government of Ghana. And so the western and eastern lines will be connected to the landlocked countries. And so there will be a line that joins from the western and eastern lines and goes up north to Burkina Faso, so that we can send Burkina Faso containers up to their country, and we can bring down their cotton and their imports down to the ports for exports. Construct urban intracity railways and bus rapid transit. The time has come for us to take some of our people off the roads. Many countries are moving in that direction, and so there are light railways that supplement the urban transport system. And so we'll do a feasibility study and see how we can get BOTs to start light transit rail. Promoting responsible mining, ban issuance of new mining leases and activities in forest reserves. We're going to close the forest reserves and get all those Akunta mining and all of them who have desecrated our forest reserves. We are going to march them out of the forest reserves. Some of those trees in the forest reserves are 700, 800,000 years old. And just because you want to take a little gold from there, you go and destroy the whole forest reserve. That is why we're having drought in our country today. That is part of the reason why our cocoa industry is going down. Because we're not getting enough rainfall. Because looking for that small gold they will get, they are destroying all the forest reserves and destroying the climate in our country. So those there, get ready, start packing your things. After 7th January, if you are not out of the forest reserve, we are going to come and march you out of the forest reserve. We'll establish mining cooperatives in all mining districts. We'll set up a gold board that will be responsible for buying gold from the small-scale mining sector. The way we have the cocoa board, buying cocoa from the farmers, we'll have a gold board that will buy all the gold from the small-scale miners. It will send it to our own refinery to be refined, and we'll export refined gold and get all the value addition instead of sending the raw bullion out the way we are currently doing. Decentralized regulatory licensing and processes for artisanal miners. That is setting up offices of the Minerals Commission in all mining districts. Implement a blue water initiative to heal and harness the environment. We're going to clean the poisoned waters that have been poisoned by mining so that we can discharge those waters back into our rivers. We're also going to hire the young people in tree growing. And so in the areas where mining has finished, we will level the ground, close all the holes, and we'll have young boys from the community. We'll pay them a stipend every month. We'll give them a bobo yas. We'll put polytanks in there so that they can plant trees on the mined out land so that we can reclaim the land. Implement a tree for life reforestation policy. This is what I just talked about. And so we're going to plant commercial trees like cocoa, palm, and rubber on the lands that have been reclaimed. Implement a blue water initiative. I just talked about it. So these are just tidbits of what you are going to see in the manifesto. My running mate and Vice President of the Republic of Ghana to be Jenana Opoku-Agyeman and other experts will go into more detail in some of the areas that I've touched on. But this is just a tidbit of what we are to see. I'll come back after with the 120-day agenda. That is when I'm elected on 7th January 2025. Within 120 days, I have a social contract with the people of Ghana. I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm going to do in my first 120 days. Thank you very much.
The victory of Muhammad.
Hello. Yeah, we're having a little challenge with technology. There is a short documentary that we're going to play for you. So kindly bear with us. Choboy. Our nation needs a reset. Our democracy needs a reset. Our economy needs a reset. And our attitudes need what? A reset. These are the words of the nation builder, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Another round of applause for him. He's a visionary who is coming to the presidency with the benefits of hindsight and experience. A man who fears God. A man who speaks the truth. And because he speaks the truth, he speaks like a president. So when he is speaking, he stands at one place. He doesn't move up and down. And you can see that his suit is not wet, like somebody we know. Choboy. So His Excellency will be back. But before we move on, there is a huge crowd out there made up of committed, dedicated, loyal NDC constituency executives, regional executives, branch executives, and members of the party. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give all of them a round of applause. Choboy. So, if you listen to His Excellency's speech, there was one policy that he really majored on. That policy is dear to his heart. Because that policy is the solution to the biggest problem confronting our nation today, and that is the problem of high unemployment. This policy is what organized labor, the TUC, says is what? A game changer. Choboy. And so because of how important this policy is, and because His Excellency wants this policy to go viral to every nook and cranny of Ghana, today we are officially launching the official song of the 24-hour economy policy. Are you happy? Look, I can bet you that this is not a song you can sit down and listen to. I can bet even those on the front seat that they will stand up and dance. DJ, let the music flow. a 24-hour economy. A Yezu. Ladies and gentlemen, the leader has spoken. You know, in our tradition, when the chief speaks, the linguist now expatiates and explain what the chief has said. The NDC has a men and women to explain the broad message our flag bearer has put out in various thematic areas. Choboy. And so we will now call some thematic speakers to come and shed light on some of the key policies contained in the manifesto. And to start this session is a man who served as a deputy finance minister between 2013 and 7 January 2017. He's been a ranking member in Parliament for Finance, and because of his sterling leadership, he was promoted, and today he's a leader of the NDC caucus in Parliament. He is a proud son of this region, the Central Region. The Member of Parliament for the good people of Ejumako Enyan is Siam. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, welcome to the microphone the Minority Leader, Honorable Dr. Atoforsen.
Ayezu, Toboy, fellow countrymen and women, you have just listened to the leader and the flag bearer of the great NDC, and God willing, the next president of the Republic of Ghana. My duty here is to present highlights of key policies of the next NDC government as captured in the Manifesto 2024. Colleagues, to achieve our fiscal policy and economic goals, the next NDC government will aggressively pursue the following policies. 1, we'll reset the entire fiscal framework to achieve efficient resource mobilization and effective utilization of public funds. 2, we will shift from the over-concentration of the macroeconomy to the microeconomy, where investment in the real sector will anchor sustainable macroeconomic environment and economic growth. We will implement an enduring economic policy to build sustainable economic buffers to stabilize and cushion the Ghana cedi. We will undertake a number of reforms. First is the value-added tax reform, VAT reforms. Currently, Ghana's effective VAT rate is about 22%. In fact, the highest in Africa. This is because Get Fund levy of 2.5%, National Health Insurance levy of another 2.5%, and COVID levy of 1% are all added to the statutory VAT rate of 15% for the final determination of a value-added tax. Businesses are not allowed to deduct their input VAT for NHIL, Get Fund, and COVID levy. Aside the high effective VAT rate, Ghanaians are compelled to pay 3 and 6% of flat rate for VAT purposes. This effectively defeats the key principles of the input-output of the value-added tax regime. In fact, some businesses are now unable to cope with this high tax regime, and as a result, they are relocating from Ghana to places like Togo, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, and Nigeria. It's also a fact that this is part of the reasons why some of our citizens, particularly professionals, are migrating out of our country in droves in search for greener pastures. The NPP government has distorted Ghana's value-added tax policy by implementing both sales tax and value-added tax at the same time. This is indeed the height of incompetence on the part of MPP in tax policy formulation and administration. Our pledge: the next NDC government will undertake a comprehensive review of Ghana's VAT regime. This is indeed intended to provide a relief for households and businesses. We will therefore adhere to the underlying input-output principles of the value-added tax regime. The next NDC government will do the following: 1. Abolish the COVID levy. 2. We will reverse the decoupling of the Get Fund, NHIL, and COVID levy from the value-added tax system. We will reduce the effective VAT rate from the 22% to a bearable limit. We will reverse the VAT flat rate, and we will upwardly adjust the VAT registration threshold to exempt micro and small businesses from the collection of value-added tax. We will improve VAT compliance through public education and awareness. Aside the VAT reforms, we will also undertake a public debt management reforms. In fact, to restore confidence in Ghana's economy and the capital market, and to prevent a repeat of President Akufo-Addo and Vice President Bawumia's reckless and excessive borrowing that resulted in crude and painful haircuts, the next NDC government will establish an independent public debt management office to ensure effective public debt management. We will also review and enforce the Fiscal Responsibility Act, Act 982, and implement a fiscal consolidation plan to ensure fiscal discipline. We will also implement a deliberate policy to build sustainable economic buffers to cushion and stabilize the Ghana city. We will also undertake a public expenditure management reforms, and in doing so, we will tackle the wastage of public funds and ensure prudent expenditure management, and we will also do the following. We will establish an independent value for money office to scrutinize government procurement above a threshold to be determined by Parliament. We will reset the entire fiscal framework and implement a robust fiscal policy regime for effective utilization of public funds. Colleagues, historically, the Ghanaian economy has been the second largest in West Africa, aside Nigeria. But Ghana has lost its enviable position to Côte d'Ivoire due to lack of investment and dedicated policy towards economic transformation and growth. As at end 2016, the size of Ghana's economy was 55 billion Ghana cedis, representing the second in West Africa, while that of Côte d'Ivoire was 48 billion Ghana cedis, the third largest in West Africa. However, in 2022, Ghana lost its enviable position of the second largest economy in West Africa to Côte d'Ivoire. As at the time, in the year 2022, Ghana's GDP was $73 billion, while that of Ivory Coast was $75 billion. So since independence, for the first time, Ivory Coast overtook us in terms of the size of GDP as at the year 2022. This situation is projected to worsen by end of this year, while the Ivory Coast GDP is projected to be $89 billion. Ghana's projected GDP by end of this year is estimated to be $75 billion. Honorable members and colleagues, in order to reverse this downward trend, the next NDC government will introduce and implement a $10 billion big push. This big push is aimed at driving the needed focus and investment for economic growth and transformation. The big push will be a major economic policy of the next NDC government with 4 key economic growth poles. First is the Western Corridor Economic Enclave project, and then second is the Eastern Corridor Golden Growth Agenda, The third is the Transformational Road Transport Plan. And the fourth is the Cocoa and Palm Economic Crop Rejuvenation Program. Ladies and gentlemen, the NPP government has been a monumental failure. They have destroyed our livelihood. They have indeed driven our economy aground. They have collapsed Ghana's cocoa sector. They have wasted and dissipated Ghana's public fund. They have destroyed our good governance. They have reversed the progress of our country. They have delivered crude and painful haircuts across board. They have corrupted the moral fiber of our dear country. And of course, they have implemented the Ejapadiye state capture plan. Let me say, fellow countrymen and women, that the time has come for us to come together to restore our country and reset our country. Many of them Ghana for Abani or da Hochero Stronko or da Brehen. Abani wedi henewu. Yada yenda. Edwuma nyi ho. Mbranti nye edwuma nye. Nketesia so wonye edwuma nye. Yara kasa sisi are yi. Se wie school mpo anyi medare ba beye. Wa ma Hochero kese aba. Da yetoto sra monye de. Abani otudo ankasa ontumi nyem onye yi. Baby a wode Ghana akwahye sambaka mo ho ambaka President Mahama no ho ambaka ya kyereba yen sister yen maame Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agema no ho ne yamboa yen papa oye President John Mahama ho a menu anom ahokyere no obegi nsem efi Ghana ha da yetoto sra mo de momboa hen fifi manto mofo mo amunyim de NDC party ze ye ka party odwene yen ho a onenyi NDC party imbri biara ba wo boa hen ya tutu sra mu ina mombaka yen ho ne yenye na Ghana onye yei usande baby a Ghana rokon wa ya humuto dodo baby o mani kwei se yanka mbom na se yamje o mani mfi MPP wonsema ekrowi obesei medam ase bebre nyame hira mu ina.
That is our minority leader in Parliament, the Honorable Atokeso. Forson. We are moving straight to agriculture and agribusiness, and we are inviting on stage the Honorable Eric Opoku, MP for Isunafo South and ranking member for the Parliamentary Committee on Food and Agriculture. The Honorable Eric Opoku. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Your Excellency, the incoming President of the Republic of Ghana, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I crave your indulgence to stand on the established protocols to dissect the agricultural policies of the next NDC government. The agricultural sector is confronted with low production, low productivity, food losses, limited markets, and poor access to credit, among others. These have largely been occasioned by low investment in the agricultural modernization and the entire value chain, leading to food insecurity and the alarmingly high food inflation the nation is grappling with. Also confronting the sector is the problem of climate change and environmental degradation, aggravated by the increased rate of illegal mining. It is estimated that Ghana spends $2 billion, cedi equivalent of almost 32 billion, to import food annually to supplement local production. This places undue pressure on the cedi. Hence, the exchange rate, which was $1 to 4 cedis in 2016, is now $1 to almost 16 cedis in Ghana. We import tomatoes, pepper, onions, palm oil, among several other items. Trade data from Ghana Vegetable Producers and Exporters Association indicate that the annual tomato import from neighboring Burkina Faso has hit a staggering $400 million from an estimated $99.5 million in 2018. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen,
In 2022, our national demand for pepper was 314,000 metric tons, out of which 121 metric tons, constituting 38.5%, was produced locally and 61.5% imported. Ghana spent a whopping $354.9 million on the importation of pepper into Ghana. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, food inflation, which was 22.6% in May 2024, is a major contributor to inflation in Ghana. The World Bank has ranked Ghana 6th in Africa with the highest food inflation. Ghana, which recorded its lowest food inflation of 5% in July 2024 under John Dramani Mahama, has recorded its highest of 61% in January 2023 under Nanado Bawumia government. According to the Food and Agricultural Organization FAO, in terms of the prevalence of moderate or severe food insecurity in Ghana, 12.9 million people, or 39.4% of the total population, were affected in 2022. According to the World Bank, the rising food inflation has pushed 850,000 people into poverty, joining the 6 million already in that category. Ghana has paid $12 million for the Pualugu multipurpose dam, for which no work has been done. Ghana's unemployment rate hit 14.7% in 2023. Ghana has expended almost $3 billion on a program called Planting for Food and Jobs, intended to ensure food availability and affordability. Yet, food inflation is ballooning. The next NDC government is committed to addressing these challenges through an Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda, ITA, which will focus on modernizing agriculture and promoting agribusiness to reduce food inflation, ensure food security, boost exports, and create sustainable jobs. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one of the strategies crafted for the realization of the ITA is the Feed Ghana program, which will drive our nation towards food sufficiency. The program is imperative considering the imbalances between food production and consumption in Ghana. Under this program, the NDC government will feed the Ghanaian people as well as Ghanaian industries. We will foster symbiotic relationships between agriculture and industry to unlock the full potentials of our state and liberate the entire citizenry from abject poverty. Interventions for the realization of the objectives include, under food crops, the implementation of a transformational grains development project to increase the local production of maize, rice, soya beans, and sorghum. Production of roots and tubers through investment in research and the adoption of locally manufactured and approved technology. Restructure and strengthen the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority, GIDA. Implementing a vegetable development project called Yeridua to enhance the production of tomatoes, onions, pepper, and other vegetables. Under poultry, we are going to revamp the collapsing poultry industry by providing incentives for farmers and promoting local consumption under the Made in Ghana agenda. Rolling out a poultry farm to table project in collaboration with Poultry Farmers Association to boost poultry production. Implementing a broiler production cooperatives project involving at least 160,000 rural women each, producing 100 bags every 6 months. Roll out a livestock development project to boost meat and dairy production, especially of cattle, piggery, and small ruminants. The NDC will increase productivity and development of fisheries, aquaculture, and the blue economy as follows. Establish a blue economy commission that will conserve marine and freshwater resources of the country and use them in a sustainable way to enhance economic development. Enhance aquaculture through improved fish genetics, commercial fingerling productions, strengthen quality assurance and disease control, and support research and development in fisheries and aquaculture through institutional resources. Restore efficient pre-mixed fuel distribution through landing beach committees. Provide technology to fishers and enhance sea security to optimize fishing operations. And Ghana cocoa, baby, I could do Sesiano. Cocoa, Gumana say, I will maimu. Cocoa, Yera Mama Pencil, 2016. Yati cocoa, enya 969,000 tons. And then I was say, Cocoa Ghana Trino, afi 2024, Yinano, 450,000 tons. Cocoa, Yera Mama Toye, 2013, Cocoa Bod Nyamfaswo, 2014, Cocoa Bod Nyamfaswo, 2015, Cocoa Bod Nyamfaswo. Ebra, Nana Kufuado, Eniba Umia, Ebedia Kunyain, 2017, Cocoa Bod Boka, 2018, Cocoa Bod Boka, 2019, Cocoa Bod Boka, 2020, Cocoa Bod Boka, 2021, Cocoa Bod Boka, 2022, Cocoa Bod Boka. I was say 2023. Omo di aba bontin say omo nyamfaso. Ye catch from say nyano press Cocoa Bod nyamfaso. Omo si de nti omo nyamfaso no say omo tu omo kan bi ahyeda da chi ya fie nti utifiri mu dia omo nyamfaso. Na je say the Cocoa Bod akodro no. Abusuafo sesia ye ka say for the first time in our history Cocoa Bod ajibosia our banks e wo Ghana ha Abusiano ye be 13 billion. Sa Abusiano, Cocoa Bod say on to mintia into a tiasha say dachi, Sankwala Wagana no ba, Omaba betia, etia a home, esi home. Says ya Yanumoka say, Cocoa Sika banya ninano, Dudwani ninano, Omu Yusunu office, and Omdeka Krabi, Echo Equiafon in chain. 2021, almost a Ghana nya Cocoa 1,045,000. Sabreno, Sika Omu Yusu no office, office expenditure, now 1.7 billion Ghana cedis. 2022, Cocoa Yati Yanoso Tay, Yanya 1 million bill, Yanya 683,000. Now Sika Yadino office no, a Pejafri 1.7 billion, Echo do 2.6 billion Ghana cedis. 2023 the CEO Maimu Yara Hosam Kra. Cocoa Yaton Ghana Yina 655,000. Now so office expenditure and acquire 3.4 billion Ghana cedis. Eti Cocoa scanning Yinano, Oma Yusuno office, Alquiafono, Enya Honfasobia. Enfiansuni, MPP Abantia bonus, Amalquia Nibiada. Now so my phone, I have Cocoa no Swabocano, Omudia bonus, at the ma, Womo. Says Yaka say, Yami adma na watch away anymore. I was say a buying or the cocoa boa eba. A boa for fra or de Magana equiafo. Ghana in fear at Biasam Yunini. The Ayana say a Quaman Sandrum near Kwajibosia and Sihua form near the Abeto Cocoa near the Cocoa no Akotiaka. NDC town 2016 Yakoyano Yaji $1.8 billion. Now in Sihuano aya 1.5%. Yet me and Nina Kama. Etriaka or Haubianya Day, Ama. After term in 2023, Ghana Copabusiana near $1.5 billion. Yakwa Emrafon say, Omria Sani Asia Coco Satana Yentmintia, into Yanya 1.5 billion, Yanya $800 million. $800 million, and Yadibato Coco na, Yanya Coco Nina and Top, Sikano Sunina Sa, and Tidubra say Cotiano, Yantimian Tianina. And just say the Akosibronika Cocoa no tongue baku 350,000. Tongue bianso ya bag dusia. And Cocoa way and Iminesiano. Sayatia, I was here 350,000. Eko Tiaka and Sana the Abacano, Yakuya Fono, Etumi, Enyabi. Says here a nay, Bosia Yakopa Beto Cocoa no, Cocoa Bod Koya, Yanyabi. One much atrocity. Oman so among Kojibio, no mu pebi wa Ghana ha. bosia na yɛgyina brokyire no ɛho nsi ho no yɛ ane so a Ghana ha bosia wanya no fofofo koraa no 30% interest and so obɛɛ dɛn no waka sɛ ɛhɔ deɛ no mmoa gye sɛ ɔbɛgye ha deɛ no a ɛno na ɛbɛboa wɔ na deɛ ɔtɔ so mmienu no sɛ cocoa board na match ɔmo twerɛ nkrataa akɔma ɔmo ɛbɔ bosia no nyinaa sɛ obiara mmra na momɛboa yɛn na yɛma moma yɛ bosia ɔmo de nkrataa no nyinaa kɔe ama wɔm hwɛ mu na ɔmo so daabi deɛ mobɛgye naa no mo antumi antua yɛde ma mo bie wa nya ade a mobɛtumi atua enti yɛmfa yɛ sika ma ho nti sɛ siai sɛ ɔmo bie cocoa next week a sika a yɛde bɛtɔ cocoa wɔ ɛmaa mu no ɛbɛyɛ den ɛnna me no mo kasa yi sɛ wokuta cocoa bag na wɔawo so nkɔtɔn na aburokyire ɛwɔ aburokyire dwom a wosisa ba Ghana sika no mu a cocoa bag biara no ɛyɛ 9,720 cedis 97 million cocoa bag baako enti yɛhwɛ aban no sɛ 97 million no anya biribiara koraa no akuafoɔ no adua cocoa no deɛ 6,000 deɛ ɛwɔ sɛ wode ma akuafoɔ no sɛ aban amfa saa amma akuafoɔ no a ɛyɛ 60 million a ɛneɛ na ɛdɔm kuma yɛne akuafoɔ ɛbɛte aban no so tua ɛdeɛ na NDC aban sɛ yɛbɛyɛ kuadwuma deɛ ɛbɛyɛ nie deɛ di kan ɔma kɔgye bosia atwa yɛ kookoo no nyinaa gu so mbɛdua $600 million sika no sa kookoo no nso ɔma ntumi anua ɔma ka kyerɛ akuafoɔ sɛ ɔma anua ɔmo mfuo yɛwura gyɔma ama ne NDC sɛ so nyame de ne ba bɛdi akonnwa yi a yɛbɛyɛ nhyehyɛ na akuafoɔ a yɛtwa mu mfuo a yɛanua no nyinaa aban aboa mo ama yɛdua saa kookoo no nyinaa ama kookoo no asan aba bio afei yɛbɛyɛ cocoa colleges our regions edua cocoa ni nyinaa na yɛakyerɛkyerɛ cocoa akuafoɔ sɛnea ɛbɛyɛ wɔn bɛhunu cocoa adwuma no so yie na yɛtrɛn wɔn moma no nso bi sɛnea ɛbɛyɛ a si yɛfɛ adwumayɛfoɔ ama wɔn ayɛ cocoa no ho adwuma a cocoa akuafoɔ ma nso ɛbɛtumi ayɛ adwuma no bie afei deɛ ɔtɔ so no sɛ NDC aban bɛdi akonnwa yi a na yɛwɔ akonnwa so no yɛkɔtɔn cocoa no a ne boɔ no yɛde mu nkyekyɛmu wɔ ha no 70% ɛna ma akuafoɔ sɛsi a cocoa bu a wɔ sɛsi a yi aban no kyɛmu 9 aban fa mmiɛnsa ɛna ɔde baako ɛma akuafoɔ yɛwura maama so bɛdi akonnwa yi a sɛ wɔhwɛ akuafoɔ yi a cocoa adwuma no so bɛyɛ dɛ ɛbɛyɛ yie enti sika ɛbɛba cocoa no ho no wɔde dodoɔ no nyinaa bɛma akuafoɔ no na ɔmo de adua cocoa no dodo na ama Ghana nso so ɛnya mfasoɔ afei cocoa kuani biara wɔ Ghana sɛ yɛwura maama bɛdi akonnwa yi a cocoa kuani biara wobɛkɔ hospital free a health insurance wonyɛ bio ebisɛ cocoa board ɛbɛyɛ health insurance ɛde ama cocoa kuani biara eti yɛma card na woyɛ cocoa kuani a yɛaregister wawie a wanya card no ɛno ara ne sɛ wode kɔ hospital ewu a cocoa board bɛsan renew ama wa kuani biara bɛkɔ hospital wontua bio afei akuafoɔ bonus na ayera no NDC aban bɛsan de bonus na ayɛ dɛ aba bio afei nnuro ɛyɛ fertilizer yɛwura John Mahama ɔtɔgu hɔ sɛ yɛmfa nyɛ cocoa no ɔtwerɛtwerɛ ho not for sale ɛberɛ a yɛfira akonnwa so ne yɛnkyɛ fertilizer no nwie na dodoɔ no agu office yɛnnuanom MPP-foɔ baeɛ no ɔmo so ɔmo tɔn fertilizer no 80 Ghana akuafoɔ no antumi antɔ nti ɔma ne gu office hɔ prɔe Auditor General de report abrɛ wɔ parliament sɛ fertilizer ɛprɔ yɛn nko ara no na ne boɔ ɛyɛ 239 million Ghana cedis ɛyɛ titi sika no almost 240 billion ɔmo ma ne gu office ɛsɛ yi kwa yɛwura maama sɛ ɔde fertilizer ne ba bio sɛ bɛyɛ cocoa no bɛsoɔ ɔbɛma akuafoɔ free fertilizer yɛbɛma wɔn nnuro na akuafoɔ tumi ayɛ mfuo no ama cocoa no ayɛ dɛn ayɛ kama afei cocoa kuani biara wɔ Ghana ha yɛwura maama se yɛma wasonte sɛ sɛ kuadwuma no bɛyɛ yie a ɛgyina mo so akadeɛ biara mo de bɛyɛ cocoa adwuma no ɛbɛma cocoa adwuma no ayɛ yie no sɛ nyame yɛ adom a ɔde ne nyinaa bɛma mo na watra mɔkyi na afei yɛbiabie cocoa processing factories na yɛ cocoa naa no yɛtumi de bia yɛ chocolate ne nneɛma bebree wɔ ha na yɛafa mo mma ɛne mo nananom nyinaa nso adwuma meda mo ase nyame nhyira mo.
Thank you very much, MP for Isunafo South and Ranking Member for the Parliamentary Committee on Food and Agriculture. That was revealing. Thank you very much. Cocoa Board Abraham Kasa. Anyway, moving on, let's introduce some of our chiefs who have joined us. Osaberi Makwekuata II is Omahine of the Ogwa traditional area. A round of applause for Osaberi Ma. Dasibre Kwebu Ewusi VII, former vice chairman of the House of Chiefs and the chief of Abiaze. Thank you very much for your time, Nana. Oketeku Kome, the 8th, Chief of Commander, hometown of our running mate. Thank you very much, and thank you for giving us such a beautiful woman with a beautiful soul. Nanam Mate Wayo II, Chief of Achim Asenho. Thank you very much for your time. Nana Kusibuedum, representing Amentim Otu the 11th, the Paramount Chief of Abra State. Thank you very much, Nana. And representative of the Chief of Winneba, led by Neyi Gati Jankuma III, Adontihene of the Winneba traditional area. Thank you very much, and thank you for accepting us into your constituency. Next is the Honorable, I call him Son of Man, Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa is MP for the Northern constituency, and he will be speaking on good governance. I think that he's the best person to speak on governance. Every morning I'm looking for his wall on Facebook to read what is the scandal of the day. Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Obi. Eyezu, Eyezazu, Zuzazu. Our incoming President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, our incoming First Lady, our incoming first female Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, my own mother, Professor Nana Jenopoko Ejiman. I acknowledge our national executives and the well-established protocol, and of course, our distinguished Right Honorable Speaker. So I am to speak to you on the good governance and combating corruption aspect of our manifesto. And we must all recognize that the only way we can fight corruption, combat corruption, and defeat corruption is by having leadership which is trusted, which is incorruptible, which has the track record of being honest with the Ghanaian people. Character is key. Without character, the corruption fight cannot be won. Without integrity, the corruption fight cannot be won. And we all know that in His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we have a leader who has that character, who has that track record to fight corruption and to defeat corruption. So as I stand before you today, the joy I have is that even though we have been depressed by intercepting on a daily basis the evidence of their corruption, the evidence of their looting, the evidence of their state capture, I am glad that with President Mahama, the final interception, the interception of our victory will happen on the 7th of December 2024. Comrades, brothers and sisters, you hear on a daily basis some people saying the two parties appear the same. NPP, NDC are the same. In this fight against corruption, we refuse, we reject that baseless and unfounded claim that the two parties are the same. We are not the same. The NDC is different. We are not the same. Fortunately, President Mahama has been in office before. Did you ever hear President Mahama say that he woke up with a nightmare and so has decided to make a personal pledge, and so he's going to sink $58.1 million in the world's most expensive pit. That has never happened under any NDC leader, where God is deceived, the clergy are deceived, and the Ghanaian people are deceived. It has never happened and will never happen under President Mahama. That was not the only deceit with the 339 million cedi National Cathedral. In the process, so many important edifices were demolished. As we speak, the Judicial Training Institute has been demolished. Judges' bungalows have been demolished. Scholarship Secretariat demolished. Passport Head Office demolished. NCCE bungalows demolished. Comsys IT firm demolished. Waterstone Realty Apartment Complex demolished. The Malian ambassador's residence demolished. So we have one leader who is a nation builder. He is building UGMC, building the Ridge Hospital, building the Shao Sudoku Hospital, building Terminal 3, building Kumasi Airport, building Tamale Airport, building Ho Airport. And another leader is demolishing, destroying in a deceptive pledge where he says he will not use our taxes. How can you say that these two people are the same? That these two parties are the same? President Mahama did not promise that under his tenure he will make sure that the era of sole sourcing comes to an end. And then we discover in the 2023 Auditor General's report that apparently 87%, unprecedented, unseen before, 87% of Cocoa Road projects were all single source. And guess what? Baumia's brothers at the center of that inflated single sourcing scandal. That is according to the Auditor General's report. We never saw this under President Mahama. Under President Mahama, we never saw a situation where he allows a cabinet minister to purchase state assets. And only this week, President Akufo-Addo has been saying that the brouhaha, the agitation by organized labor, all of that was needless. Can you believe that? Such naked conflict of interest. We never saw that under President Mahama. So, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that our country is headed in the wrong direction. When you read the Afrobarometer Democracy Risk Report, it says 9 out of 10 Ghanaians believe that Ghana is heading in the wrong direction. That same Afrobarometer says that corruption is at an all-time high. Indeed, if you read the Corruption Perception Index over the last 4 years, we have stagnated. Their best performance is President Mahama's worst performance. So when it comes to good governance, President Mahama is unmatched and unrivaled. I can confirm to you this afternoon that President Mahama's manifesto, the Resetting Ghana Manifesto, has the most far-reaching policies to uproot corruption, to ruthlessly deal with corruption and end corruption once and for all. Whereas the others are silent on corruption in their manifesto, President Mahama confronts corruption head-on. And one of the things I love about his anti-corruption policies is that he says that we are going to have, for the first time in our history, a state assets registry. We will all, as Ghanaians, know where our state assets are. In Parliament, for more than 2.5 years, we have been asking them to tell us the state of our public lands. They cannot tell us. They cannot publish the list. And yet, on a daily basis, they are selling the state lands. They can't tell us how many bungalows we have. They can't tell us the acreage of our forest left. And yet, when they die, you see in their wills, forests, Ramsar sites, where they have willed to their nephews forever. President Mahama is saying that that impunity is going to end and we are going to have a state assets register. I am also excited about the details of Operation Recover All Loot. You heard President Mahama talk about that. He wants the Ghanaian people to know that nobody will get away with the looting that has happened in our country. All the scandals that we have seen from National Cathedral, from PDS, from the COVID-19, Ejapa, PDS, Skytrain, Poalugo Dam, the appearance fees, the ambulance spare pass, President Mahama says he is going to launch an impartial, credible inquiry and forensic audits into all of these loots. And for those of you who have been asking, brilliant proposals from President Mahama, how is he going to fund them? Operation Recover All Loot will help us to fund these projects a great deal. As we speak, a gentleman called Carrie Summers is keeping our $6 million in America. There are some shonky sheikhs keeping our $2.4 million in Dubai under a so-called Sputnik V scandal. Sputnik V manufactured in Russia, and yet this Akufo-Addo government, they were in Dubai looking for Sputnik V. When the Russian embassy in Accra told us that they have been waiting for us, other governments are dealing with the Russian government formally. We were dealing with middlemen, shonky sheikhs. Skytrain, $2 million. All of these sums, Ejapa, $12 million, Poalugu, $11.9 million. We are saying Operation Recover All Loot will retrieve all of these looted funds for national development. President Mahama is also saying in the manifesto that we will collaborate with the judiciary to establish a special court for persons who adverse findings have been made against them by the Auditor General and the Public Accounts Committee. President Mahama is also saying that for the first time in the history of Ghana, we will legislate, have a special legislation on scholarships. And as former Deputy Minister for Education, I know the scholarships regime in Ghana is uncoordinated. You have Scholarship Secretariat, you have GMPC, you have Cocoa Board, you have all kinds of institutions carrying out scholarships. We are going to have one law, coordinated, and what I love most about this law is that politicians, politically exposed persons, family members of government officials, as you heard President Mahama say, are going to be prohibited. They will be totally banned from accessing scholarships. Scholarships will return to the brilliant but needy. I am also excited that President Mahama has indicated, when you go through the manifesto, that he is going to collapse the practice of having a special emoluments commission to deal with only Article 71 office holders. He is going to break the gap between Article 71 office holders and Ghanaian workers. So he will put together one body, the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, and then the Emoluments Commission will be put together as one body to take care of wages, to take care of remuneration and the conditions of service of Ghanaians, so that the gulf between Article 71 office holders and the rest of Ghanaian workers, that gulf will be bridged and addressed once and for all. President Mahama is also saying that our friends in the media, he is going to repeal all anti-press freedom laws and fully implement the RTI. The RTI has too many exemptions and too many institutions who are not implementing the right to information law. He is saying that under his watch, he will make sure that we have the full operationalization of the RTI. Finally, to the diplomats who are here, you will be excited to hear that President Mahama says that he is going to respect international law, respect the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. The inviolability of diplomatic missions will be protected. This practice unseen before only under the Akufo-Addo government, where embassies are being demolished, the Nigerian High Commission properties, the Bulgarian embassy, that era is coming to an end, and all diplomatic missions can carry out their diplomatic assignments in peace and stability. The demolition of embassies because of looting, land grab, state capture is coming to an end. And that is another exciting policy to look out for, in addition to a friendly foreign policy climate that will enhance good governance and deepen partnerships and make us a country that is friendly to all persons. Novinyo mie gboglomba afififiava sugo akpa alakpa aba sugo akpa achingli nito over gladua over Ghana nana kama nyonyomo ta manifesto ya nana le manifesto ama na amashiama ta ala vavieba December 7 mi fokaba na mi adakona His Excellency John Dramani Mahama na adonye ya owo 2013 to 2017 na watrava abayiji na Ghana mi atenchi akpo fafa na ingoyi ava na afukpa ya mi kpakpama asugwakpa na ikata na jo akpanami maone yami miaweva odo akpa. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, MP for Norton. Next is the affable Shamima Muslim, speaking on gender and social protection. She's a distinguished broadcaster and a feminist, and she's a new kid on the block, and all our opponents are afraid. All they do is attack her on Facebook and all their social media networks. But yentijai mebwana yegususa. So let's welcome Shamima Muslim. Thank you.
Ezuza. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. As my sister has said, I am speaking on the highlights on gender, children, disability inclusion, and social protection. Permit me, Your Excellency, to stand on existing protocols as a result of time. Greetings to you, my dear mothers, Lodina and Prof. I would like to express my utmost humility and deepest gratitude to the NDC and to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on behalf of the industrious, hard-working women of Ghana, those who lead, those who birth, those who guide, teach, till the land, feed, nurture this nation, those women who create, innovate, and build this nation, women who step up and just get the work done, period. I'd like, on behalf of the young girls, like Habiba, Lamisi, Saha, Ewanam, Patricia, Adjoa, across every nook and cranny of this country, of our dear nation, dreaming new dreams because of this exact moment. On behalf of our dear children, for whom we labor and pray for their protection, their safety, and their growth. On behalf of the resilient citizens who are differently abled and yet show up every day, overcoming daunting barriers to tell us loudly that disability is not inability. On behalf of our aged and infirmed who have broken their backs to build this nation, toiled that their sweat nourishes our dear country, guided us towards the light with their wisdom and counsel, our aged and elderly who today are being robbed of their life savings and being made to live in dignified lives. They are part of our reality. Together with all of them, we say thank you now and in anticipation, Your Excellency, in advance for seeing us, for hearing us, and for promising to amplify our voices, our stories, our images, and for your unalloyed commitment to the Ghana we want to build together, where we all belong, and for inviting us to build this Ghana with you. But be not surprised about the agency with which the next NDC government, under the leadership of His Excellency John Mahama, intends to center the issues of women, youth, and persons with disability and children. Our nation is in deep crisis, occasioned by the dire economic crisis the NPP has plunged us into, one that has pushed over 850,000 Ghanaians into poverty, majority of whom are women, the aged, children, and persons with disability. Our social democratic ethos of non-discrimination, equity, and social justice, creating an inclusive society where everyone can participate fully and equally in our social, economic, and political lives, will not allow the NDC to treat these unprecedented vulnerabilities without agency. The NDC and its antecedent has the history of the most transformative effects on women empowerment and social inclusion. We know how to create mass opportunities for our people. We know how to share the gains of progress equitably for the majority, not a clannish few. Yes, indeed, we know. We know how to unite and not divide our country, especially in times of crisis. Yes, indeed, we know, and we know how to build strong institutions like the Gender and Children and Social Protection Ministry we bequeathed to the NPP, and today that ministry is a pale shadow of its dynamic past. Therefore, in the next 4 years, we commit to significantly expand economic opportunities for our most vulnerable, increasing social and political representation of women and persons living with disability, and socially protect our elderly and our children. Specifically, ladies and gentlemen, we will strengthen the legal framework for the political inclusion of women and underrepresented groups by implementing fully the Affirmative Action Bill. We will mandate a 30% quota for women in all political appointments and pass the Property Rights of Spouses Bill, the Domestic Workers Bill, amongst others. On economic empowerment and inclusion, we will launch the Women in Agricultural Initiative to promote young women's participation in the agricultural sector by expanding access to land in agricultural zones, along with financial and business support to feed this nation and to create sustainable jobs. To support victims of gender-based violence, the next NDC administration will launch a zero tolerance for domestic violence and sexual harassment in Ghana campaign, and will facilitate the establishment of 16 regional and comprehensive 16 regional shelters and comprehensive support services for victims of gender-based violence. You may clap for that. We will develop a survivors care kit for victims of gender-based violence, including free legal services, medical examination, emergency contraception for women, mental health care services, and other necessary medication. We will initiate a national school-related gender-based safety program for the protection of all people and students. On social protection for our aged, we will introduce the EBAN, which is a fancy word for protection. We will introduce the EBAN elderly welfare system to enable Ghanaians above 60 years to have priority and free access to social and health services, as well as public transport and public spaces. If we have given most of our elderly painful health haircuts, we owe it a duty to them to ease our burdens. So support our community of different equity. Vote for the NDC. Vote for John Dramani Mahama. Vote for the NDC parliamentary candidates. Vote because you are a true patriot. It does not matter which political party you belong to. And as I heard recently, vote because doing the right thing can never be wrong. On behalf of the Gender Committee and our Chair, Nanoye, and the entire membership of the committee, once again, I invite you to vote. Vote for change, vote for resetting this country, vote for equity, vote for accountability. A vote for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is a vote for women. Let us support him to amplify the marginalized voices in our society. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shamima. I thought we could do it better. Thank you very much, Shamima. Next is Baba Sadiq, parliamentary candidate for Ablekuma North. He is speaking on Zongo development. With a round of applause, let's welcome Baba Sadiq to the microphone. He is parliamentary candidate for the Okai-Kwe Central Constituency.
Good afternoon. Yanzongo kuna nanga. Babu Junku kuna nanga. Mazajen Zongo kuna nanga. Matan Zongo kuna nanga. Matasan Zongo kuna nanga. All right. So I'm presenting the manifesto on Zongo development and inner city areas. When I'm done with this, delivering it in English, I'll translate it in Hausa for the benefit of all Hausa speakers as well. The next NDC government commits to implementing targeted affirmative action measures aimed at bringing significant development gaps and accelerating growth in Zongo communities and inner city areas. This is aimed at promoting social equity, stimulating economic development and fostering social inclusion for a more balanced and prosperous Ghana. To achieve these goals, we will establish the Soyeya Fund to provide working capital for SMEs in Zongo communities. We will also reduce the extremely high Hajj fares. In the lifetime of every Muslim, attending or experiencing Hajj even once in their lifetime is a desired objective. Currently and in the past 8 years, Hajj fares have become extremely high. It is one of the objectives of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and the NDC. We'll also initiate an educational infrastructure program to expand educational infrastructure in Zongo and inner cities, including establishing 3 new Islamic secondary schools in the northern, middle, and southern belts. We would also establish STEM and TVET model schools in selected regions to serve selected Zongo communities. The next NDC government would also commence an infrastructure upgrade of the Al-Farouk College of Education. It is worthy to note that in 2015, even though the Al-Farouk College of Education is a private institution, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama started the process to expand access at the college. Would also facilitate accreditation of Islamic schools such as the Institute of Islamic Research to support the training of more Arabic school teachers. The next NDC government would also provide scholarships to Zongo and inner city students, particularly in the fields of law, medicine, and engineering and ICT. We will also facilitate partnerships to establish Islamic tertiary institutions and link Zongo and inner city communities to opportunities under the National Apprenticeship Program. Assalamu alaikum. Annabi Muhammad. Farko zan mika gaisuwa zuwa yan jaman Zongo duka baki daya. kuma za mu gode muku on behalf of jam'iyyar NDC da irin soyayyen da kuka gwada da NDC shekaru in kuka duba har wa yau, in kuka duba irin constituencies na musulmai ko zongo ke da yawa har wa yau, kowane constituency duka zongo da musulmai kun ba NDC, from daga Nima har ka zo a Yawasu North, har ka zo ka wuce Madina, ka zo ka shiga a Yawasu Central, ka zo a Bilikuma Central, ka zo har ka zo ya sunan shi Asawasi, ka zo Niyo Dibiase, ka zo Ejurase Chidumase, ka zo wurin Afram Plains, ka zo ka wuce ka je Tachiman, ka je Kintampo, har ka kai Baku, wanga seat, wanga wurare duka musulmai yan zango kun gwada muna soyayya shekaru ke ga. Saboda irin abu haka za mu so sabon gwamnatin NDC, gwamnatin da dai hau mulki sabon shekara, muna so mu kokarta muku irin abu haka. Saboda irin abu haka za mu so in ka duba His Excellency John Dramani Mahama promises na yemuna ko alkawalin na yemuna mu yan zango ya dedicate guda har 6 ta wurin ilimi, neman ilimi da developmentin yara ko matasan zango. Cikin manifesto promises shi ya bari mun sani kaman zai so ya zo ya kafa Islamic secondary school guda uku, guda daga arewa, guda kuma daga tsakiyan Ghana, guda kuma daga southern Ghana. Kuma ya bari mun sani kaman zai zo ya zo kafa makarantun zamani ta wurin STEM, wurin science, engineering, technology, maths da irin aikin hannu wurin TVET don matasanmu yanguwa su ci amfanin shi. Kuma His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ya bari da NDC ya bari mun sani kamar ya muna alkawari kamar in muka zo mulki kan da ya fara develop Al-Faruq College of Education zai zo ya continue 2015 in kun tuna da shi ya fara expand, amma in the last 8 years nan babu gan komai kai ba. Ya muna alkawali kamar in ya zo kuma zai zo ya expand saboda yaran mu ko matasan mu da suke neman su koyi abu su zama teachers. Kuma His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ya bari mun sani kamar in ya zo da new government shi zai so ya ba irin institutes kamar Islamic Research dai ba su izini don kuma da taimako zon su iya su korkota mu na wurin koyar da malamai makarantar yammu. Kuma ya bari mun sani the next NDC government scholarship mu focus mu musamman zai zama kan yaran mu ko matasan mu da suke neman su koyi abu ta wurin shari'a law, ko wurin su zama doktoci, ko su zama engineers, ko wurin ICT. Na domin kuma ya bari mun sani kuma kaman cikin manifesto mu kaman zai so gwamnatin shi za mu samu alaka ko link da irin garruka ko organizations na za su so su tanye Ghana ko da state of Ghana mu establish sabon universities daga Ghana ta wurin zongo da na musulmai na gwamnati. Bayan wanga guda shida ta wurin neman ilimi da education yaran mu ko matasan mu, ya bari mun sani kuma saboda neman cin gaban zongo da kasuwancin zongo ya ce muna kaman zai zo ya create muna soyayya fund saboda yan unguwa jama'an zongo duka, ko mai sayar da koko, ko mai dunki, mai sayar da shanu, kaya da na mutane da masu jejuma duka, don ku samu taimako ku iya kusa cikin aikin da kuke yin shi. Yau in kuka duba an ce muna kaman vice presidentin gari, mataimakin presidentin gari shi musulmi ne, amma abu gudan na musulmi duka ke so ya yi cikin laifin shi guda shine cikin rayuwar shi shine zai so ya samu hajj ko so guda ne cikin rayuwar shi. amma yau kuka duba da za mu fita government ya ba mu mun gode mun gode. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama da NDC sun bari mun sani kaman ta wurin lamarin haji zon ya muna sauki yan zango da musulmai kowa ya ci amfanin shi zai so ya zo rage muna kudin lamarin haji. Yau kudin haji almost 18,000 cities 800 million kudin dada ya ce muna kaman ya zo zai so ya rage wannan duka. Bayan wanga kuma ya bari mun sani kuma kaman in ya zo zai so ya kara muna holiday kan Idil Fitr. Zai so ya kara muna holiday kan Idil Fitr saboda irin matsalolin da muke samu ta wurin sallah. Da shi irin shirye-shiryen ga duka muna so mu jawo hankalin ku duka. Shekaran ga in kai ka fito zongo, shekaran ga in ka ce irin soyayyen da kuka bamu shekaru cikin zongo, ku tuna kama akwai mutum guda mai gaskiya, mutum guda na yi muna kokari, mutum guda na shi ya gwada muna soyayya cikin zongo, mutum guda na ya muna alkawali dai make sure kamar yaranmu sun ci amfanin gwamnati shi, ya muna alkawali kamar yan zongo duka za mu ci amfanin sabon gwamnati shi. Da shi don Allah in kana jin mu yau ko ina kake duka ka tuna in da je a yi election, ka tuna Excellency John Dramani Mahama da NDC, ka tuna da matasan zongo kamar irin mu da NDC za su ba mu opportunity don cin gaban zongo. Jama'a salamu alaikum.
Choboy! Oh, Choboy! Are you here? Choboy! 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 Hey, Yazoo! Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is an exceptional woman. She's not just a woman, but an exceptional woman. She's a woman of substance, a woman of integrity. This woman started as a lecturer. She served as the head of department at the English department at the University of Cape Coast. From there, she rose to become the dean of the Faculty of Arts. She's also the founding dean of the School of Graduate Studies at UCC. She served in that role. Now, due to her sterling leadership, in the year 2008, she was appointed as Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast, breaking the glass ceiling as the first female to be Vice Chancellor of a public university. Choboy! In 2009, she was elected as Ghana's representative on UNESCO's executive board. More importantly, this woman has served as education minister, and it was under her that we saw the construction of several community-day senior high schools, E-blocks, 46 of which were fully completed and operationalized. It was under her that teacher training institutions were converted into tertiary level colleges of education. Choboy, it was under her that polytechnics were converted into technical universities. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a quintessential woman with 3 children, all of whom have PhDs. A woman who speaks with discretion and wisdom. After she speaks, you don't have to issue a statement to apologize or clarify. Choboy, with a standing ovation and a rousing round of applause. With a standing ovation and a rousing round of applause. Make welcome to the microphone the incoming Vice President, by the grace of God, the first female Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajema.
All right. Thank you all very, very much for the kind reception. And I wish to begin by acknowledging the next President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the Speaker of Parliament, the Chairman of our beloved party, and Nananom too, and go on to recognize Our Lady, the Sign Language interpreter, and all of us who are here. And I want to acknowledge especially those who are outside. If they can hear me, I want them to know how much we appreciate them. They don't have the comfort of a seat, but they have kept faith, and that is NDC. We keep faith with our party. So I greet all of us who are here and those who are not able to join us. We often describe constitutions as living documents, and manifestos serve as blueprints for progressive policies and democratic development. While dynamic audiences such as these remind us all about the importance of people-centered projects. It is no coincidence, therefore, that we have met in Winneba, and this city has long been recognized as a center for development in education, culture, and vision. Da wadawa wadom NDC ama party no ma edawa ma obi apor baka hu yes obi ambra ye jobia yeyim. So we have heard the manifesto, and many of our speakers have come before me, and I want to recognize each of them. And the manifesto is a culmination of many town hall meetings, community engagements held across the country and led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And therefore, when we call it the People's Manifesto, or that we are resetting Ghana, this is not a decision a few of us have made indoors. This is our collective responsibility and our collective strategy, having come to the collective realization that we need to move in another direction. So, I also want to recognize Professor Danso Boafo, the chair of all the efforts. I've never seen anyone so patient, so focused, so determined. Prof, thank you so much. We really, really appreciate all the work, all the sacrifices, all the tolerance that you have put in order to bring us here today. And of course, all the members too. And again, to all those who made Association Loop and Abidjan Close their second and third homes, I want to say ayuko to all of you. It has been a long walk, but we have arrived at the right destination. So we are not complaining. Actually, we are just happy. So, this launch today is the result of a visionary initiative commissioned by His Excellency Mahama some 4 years ago, and it has sustained us in the policy direction through its incubation right to its evolution and the launch today. With foresight, His Excellency asked for the beginning of crafting of what might someday become a manifesto. And even if it didn't, it would have been the collection of thoughts, the collection of strategies that we might hand over to another group. And since it's all within the party, there was no problem. So, over the past 4 years, we have engaged in countless discussions, debates, we have come to agreements and compromises, and refined many drafts and revisions to bring this document to life. We came from the party, but also from stakeholder organizations, civil society, many other concerned groups, anyone who wished to be part of the drive to change things for the better. Therefore, we have included input from private citizens because that is also very important. As a party, we have a proud tradition of listening to diverse perspectives. As is often said here in the Central Region, those standing behind us have the clearest view of whether the path we are laying is straight or not. This philosophy has resulted in what is being launched today, which is truly a collective document shaped by contributions from Ghanaians from all walks of life, regardless. So, what we are proposing, in collaboration with Ghanaians at home and across the globe, is what it is that has been elaborately conveyed by His Excellency and a couple of persons. I wish to begin with education. The NDC remains unwavering in its commitment to quality and accessible education for all Ghanaian children, from kindergarten through senior high school to the university and beyond. Education is a bedrock of national development, and we are determined to ensure that every child, no matter their background, has access to a conducive learning environment. To achieve this, we will prioritize personnel quality, provision of infrastructure and learning material, and especially the relevance of what the learners are acquiring towards our future development. And we will pay particular attention to our schools in the rural areas and in deprived areas. Having said that, what I'm trying to say is that the education goes beyond the infrastructure. Although that is basic, it is fundamental. It ought to have been there, but it has not been. And that is why we pay attention to it. And we also pay attention to the quality of the facilitators of the whole learning process. And that explains why we keep raising the quality of teacher preparation and teacher training. Vocational and technical education is a very important area of focus. With approximately 70% of our population under the age of 30 and 50% under the age of 18, it is imperative that we prepare our youth for the job market. And I would like to plead here that we look at our semantics again. If somebody went to the vocational school, it is because he is so endowed to go there. It is not so much because he couldn't. We need to tone that language so that the students will feel appreciated and will feel encouraged and will know that we appreciate them also for the talent that God has given them. We know without them, all the value addition and so on may elude us. Our manifesto also emphasizes digital literacy, and I think my boss has spoken at length on that. But our vision is very clear. We want and will support an education system that prepares every Ghanaian child for a bright future, and a child who is rooted in their global knowledge through our rich cultural legacy. We consider this to be very, very important, and therefore all the things that have been spoken about in education support this philosophical underpinning. Now let me highlight our women. We recognize the role of women, and Shamima, thanks for emphasizing all of it. It's very, very important, and we agree with you. But distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you also know in this country where we stand as women. In fact, before I go on, Where are the women here? If you don't mind, I would like all the women to stand just for a moment. Actually, we've been sitting for too long, so it's okay. And I want all of you to clap in appreciation. I want you all to clap in appreciation for what the NDC and what His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has done for us. By bringing one of us into the public light, he has brought all of us. Thank you very much. You may sit down. So, H.E., we want to thank you very, very much. And you know, as women, we have all kinds of peculiar problems that only we know, that only we experience. He already talked about how our bodies naturally function and how that can even stop us from moving forward. It is not by accident that when you look at enrollment from P1 to P3, it's almost stable. But you look at P3 to P6, the drop comes after P6, and you ask yourself, why is this happening? And now we know why. And so we made a bold step to ensure that girls can also go to school, stay in school, move up as high as they can, and realize the potential in them. And of course, our bodies didn't just start functioning that way. It's just been who we are. We also know our economic challenges more than others. And what are some of them? For all kinds of reasons, we are not able to stay in school, and that is something we are going to work on aggressively, to remove all the bottlenecks, to remove all the obstacles that prevent girls from moving up. But meanwhile, a lot of us are up there already, and we may have missed a few things. So what happens? It is not by accident again that in this country, many women are in the small-scale businesses. Na yenso ni enyim faso no ana mabwa mesiafo no wa ha aze na yeton ana yenton aze enye jeti kasibia po na yehwehwe na yekohe yankọ yem papa ho a yebokọ nanani fie yankọ nanani fie nde MP sikra no wenwu amenze wo MP de bebia na rekọ ni fie ana ebokọ wo fa ni fie ana mabwa ana eboko ba benyi ni fie denti na nko ba besia no o se ni nyimde onyibi denti na onyibi enwa inum ye nsama yerbisa. So what's the solution to all of this? Or we'll go and borrow. Which bank? The bank will say bring a collateral. What is it? The papers to your car. Na car na ye wo bia truck no fopo wa ya asam. And then stood up for what done the papers bra wara mo ete busua fie order na wan ko take afa ebusua na krate na ezekoda ezekaje busua nso oche da bank na yenta ayenko ho nso ye hia mboa. So then what do? We go to somebody who will lend us money. Yes, he will lend us the money, but the interest on that money is not even what we are seeing as 40% from the banks. Sometimes 100 or more ebusua fo mboa. Say you da mamanze interfere ya baya dan ena yakọ bank onyeye ena yakọ bosia osun inti ya baya dan inti here abana otimesi afase here political party a obu mesiafo na party onye ma ohe onye National Democratic Congress nenya president so obu mesiafo otimesiafo wonsu ibiko onye hwana onye His Excellency John Dramani Mahama na wakanye nyina ye ntirabom na wakadenti ya baya dan inti ye pede eta akoye papa ho eta akohopo a ho ayebufu anamaboa wabaka ho za akiro na debe bia arabaze oto na aza na wagbakawo na enya he na yepede ye bokawo asam na motinyin inti yeso okay sadamza abane hwehwehia ye bank mahin ye pia bank oti he na ase yempe bank obakada yankafa collateral mbra yenyibi yempe bank obakada yankafa yan ka no hu papers mbra he na asase kakrakan he na ejapa yenyibi into wasio wati obaye hended into so wakada ye women's development banker osi asamdo enya asamdo nkote enye de yenye sika nto na zo oye nsem bi otum sisi wo henda abrabom ebi wo hopo a nya wo pie nso na beebi akwa kegina no mo da yenye ebusu afasma America water pa ana water pa ebi so wo ho a akwụgbọ nnebosian akwụkwachapụ na ọkọtụ collection ọbakọ hụ zachiro into your makonso akọtụ collection ana amabua ọbafa nyem autocracy wanyem da wa na onyero kasa no abaraba endemijina wa bu yechi mo be yebopu eyebohwe ezena kaw isi Women's Development Bank no odisika no mo da bosia isi hu wo ho a ode fom boko onye wa yen hihye papa oba more advisory services oba guide oba mental no danda no obodo baby no na mfaso ebenya na ehu a o sanda mfaso no so chen isi hu na erikotua no ebotum disika ne bi ezahye wazu tonim obodo baby na wo capital no retraw ana na business no orinyin na wo faso no na so margin na ndo de eke da wo fa ne papa no ho na so ko ama ho haircut into onyaze ebotum yakoko hopi into Women's Development Bank and Orba. It is here to empower female entrepreneurs and small business owners by providing low interest loans, financial education and sustainable support. These initiatives will create job opportunities and break down the financial barriers that many women face when starting and sustaining business. Anti so business no so o so any enjuma dosu anambwa emesafo njizire enjuma dosu say ekofie insa asama America emenyimfo na aja atuma ama dentra o send on ho asokra won ko nmurubu anamboa say ya badodo nti say si ana ya atu da no so ai free ana nti menyimfo no account menyimfo no won bon se me mesiafo so this initiative comes as no surprise to some of us because we have been long aware of NDC's long-standing commitment to gender equality and women's empowerment as essential pillars of national progress. And we know what our predecessors in the PNDC to the December Women's Movement and all did. It is also not surprising that it is NDC that pays attention to markets. We have heard of KJT, even if you haven't gone there. We have heard of Kotokraba and so many other markets. And sometimes you are driving or walking by, and the women who are converting our raw material into adding value are the ones sitting under some shed, the floor not even cemented, no washroom, nothing for their children. And in the end you ask, so who buys the material and at what cost? So they need help in this area too. And you know, America jede say begoya once can one pose when you dado mankesim ama etonazo o mankesim wo zeka ho ana wo zenka ho makola ono yemi alo no be mi wo so zeka ho na mebusiafo na mepia wansam na wa egom no wa market mankani ya won fanchem te banki lanya wo so bank ka ho I don't want them into obia ka ho obiara beyebi asama yer kanyen ye wiesu ne ba employment ayamba ya wonye adwumenye ono so boss aka ne 24-hour economy nizi obia ajatu na wo me mbonso me youth wo me mbonso na yamba da pa also 133 ozazana to phone boko hwe epede ekwechiranye youth ne nya adwumata awo from one je wonu tum o mo wati waso ayebida fa ne nyina ato nchen je wonu tum esa asam na onye o ebusuafo yen yedan obodjuru woze wona agene baba na agene no so obeye adwuma nti yedan hona nti 24-hour economy menka ho asam Sunday yenwura wabaka ho asɛmpi me nyina nso ya atase no mpɛdɛ meka healthcare kakra ehu hɛ na promozen na numu hawo ono so ya atipi na dama na ɔte da hɛ no mesiafo so dama wa abɔ hɛ no ɛyɛ hɛ nso yɛ wɔ yɛn dze ma ɔte nti sɛ bibi dam na dze chase compound na abian hɛ ɛyɛ ne dze ma from ato hɛ na akoko anofa kesa ahomakye ne dze wɔn akɔ hospital sisters mbo a nti demi na bibi bian wa nti wɔn nzɛmɛ pii wɔ hɔ wɔreyɛ na sɛ wɔfrɛ hɛ no so a ɛyɛ hɛ so yɛ dze anjo ne kakra baka ho a na adze no wezi mu ana onte dam nti bebi o man ka do ha mesi afonko na wɔyɛ nyɛma bi wɔ dze twetwe ho abachi sisa wɔse kokɔ wanyim na fesi wanyu adoda Maria no ɔdɔ obi so ɔtena ye ɛyɛ mo ho ɛyɛ amobi na ɔhɔ na nhyira do ɔwɔ nti busuafo nda yɛ ate ne pii yɛbɛda obiara wɔ abakasa wɔ ha obiara wɔ abɛkyerɛ n'adwen ɔhɔ na wɔaba ɔhɔ na wɔwɔ aboa no ɔhɔ na wɔte ne dam yes yɛda ho n'ase. So this manifesto is not a set of attractive or empty promises. It is a roadmap to a better future for every Ghanaian. It is also our social democratic blueprint for building the Ghana we all want together. Together, for say atase, obia so na hozen, obia ni nyimzi, obia nember, obia na zeka ho, ni yetumi ye pia ye ho, ye za akwenyim. Nso onye do president na nko na no problem, onye no problem. Oye he nyina ye problem. Na mu wenyi dadodo obia so baba wa baye mobotum na ya asesa bebi ayete ya asesa he na busua ya asesa nzemepi na oma no afane ntempa wefra nti damna na ochada ebra party de etoman ebra party na ote he na ase ebra party na oba oye mpuntudwuma yanto abanje hwe yeto aba de mpuntudwuma embra yanwema yeto yes development is our goal ana into the meeting yaba nyanda da na akohwi na slangs bi na eba di slogan on for kwanim nyono nti na yaba de yerbe adwuma. We are confident in the victory ahead, and the NDC has a good track record as well as a renewed vision. We are motivated by confidence in our skills and the goodwill of our fellow citizens. Progress is within our reach and the reach of every Ghanaian, regardless your age, religion, whatever that differentiates you. And we are here to present something very, very meaningful to reset Ghana. It's going to be hard work, but you and I know that by the grace of God, we will get there. So to vote for the NDC is to put your trust in the statement that Ghana can get better. Thank you very much.
Obedience da beba, obedience to beba, obedience yam beba o yantio e bobo makade. Obedience da beba, Come on. Yes, one more time. Where you doing the money in the water? Come on. Oh, yeah, Thomas. I say you're beautiful. You cook what we are. Honorable. You cook what Sam. Aha. Listen, I bet yourself. Come on, everybody, come. Ladies, are you here? Are you ready? Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4. You go new year. That's why it's a pack. You go new year. Come on, Papa. You go new year. Everybody. Where you went from, I'm a little common. Yummy, where you went from, what's it? Yes, you'll be there, mom. You're trying now, mom. Now you can't tell who's so. Oh, yeah, no. Can't wait. That's why you're so young. Where you went from, I'm a little common. Yummy, where you went from, what's it? Yes, you'll be there, mom. You're trying now, mom. Now you can't tell me who you're so sad. That's it. And so more than I'm here. What's the name of man? I want to know what it is. What's it on Sunday? I see there. Near couldn't get done anymore. I say, Master Sunday. A man of one qua, a man of qua, a man of Master Sunday. Emema will be a hana. Emema waha. Emema waha. Masidane sade. Aside. 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 Hey. Yeah, you know, asidane sade. Aside. Asida. Yamia ebia mai. Hey, yadasyo. Thank you.
Oh, remain standing, remain standing, remain standing. Joe boy. Oh, those of you at the top, are you ready for the second coming of John Mahama? Then let me see your hand. Let me see your hand. Yedede, 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 yedede. Let's welcome back to the stage our father, our leader, our hope, Ghana's hope of a better future, the nation builder, the flag bearer, and the incoming president.
Contract. The things we'll do in the first 120 days after we leave Independence Square on 7th January. On 7th January 2020, in the history of the Fourth Republic, in the first 90 days in office, we'll hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. Number 5, we'll commence the drafting of needed legal amendments and preparation for the implementation of the 24-hour economy policy under the office of the President. Number 6, we will establish an accelerated export development council, which I will personally chair, to promote exports as part of a broader strategy for economic transformation. Number 7, we'll convene a national consultative conference on education with CHAS, NAGRAT, NAT, CCT, NAPS, CETAG, Vice Chancellors Ghana, PRINCOF, TEWU, UTAG, PTAs, students, think tanks, academia, parents, and other stakeholders to build consensus on the improvement of our education sector, including the free SHS. Number 8, we'll scrap the following draconian taxes to alleviate hardship and ease the high cost of doing business in our first 90 days in office. 1, e-levy. 2, COVID levy. 3, betting tax. 4, emissions levy. And we'll review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. 9, we'll introduce the no academic fee stress policy for all first-year students in public tertiary educational institutions, in universities, in technical universities, in polytechnics, colleges of education, nursing training institutions, under our no fee stress initiative. We will budget for this, and the money will be given to the Student Loan Trust. It will register all the level 100 students, and it will pay the money to their universities on their behalf so that they don't have to go and pay anything. It will be a grant. It will not be a loan. It will be a grant, so they don't have to pay for it. 10. We'll introduce the following social intervention policies. 1. Free tertiary education for persons with disability. The Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund, which will be a fund that will help the treatment of kidney ailments, hypertension, heart disease, high blood pressure, and all those kinds of things. We'll commence within 120 days the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in basic and secondary schools. 11. We will institute inquiries or forensic audits into the following matters of public interest. 1. MPP's collapse of indigenous Ghanaian banks and financial institutions at a supposed cost of 25 billion Ghana cedis. We will institute an audit into the illegal printing of money by the Bank of Ghana to finance the corrupt Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration. We will investigate the 58 million National Cathedral scandal. We will investigate the COVID-19 expenditure scandal. We will investigate corruption scandals including the PDS, Ejapa, SML, ambulance spare parts, 13th All-African Games, SkyTrain, Kwalugu Dam, mass sets, Galamsey fraud, missing excavators, missing tricycles, illegal and inflated single source contracts, bus scandals, and many others. We institute a government policy banning all political appointees and politically exposed persons from buying any state assets. We will allocate seed money within 120 days for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank to support women-owned and women-led businesses. We will launch the following priority job creation programs in the budget. The first is Ejumawura, that is the entrepreneurial project to promote 10,000 young entrepreneurs and mentor them. The 1 million coders program will roll out a Made in Ghana agenda to promote the production and consumption of locally produced goods, particularly through leveraging of government spending power. 15. We review the Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning the importation of salvage vehicles, to rescue the local automotive industry in Swami Magazine, Konkompe, Abose Okai, and all others. 16. We will lay before Parliament a new bill to usher in a new era of government scholarship administration, which will, among others, prohibit political appointees from accessing government scholarships and eliminate political patronage, cronyism, nepotism, and corruption in the award of government scholarships. We will make the scholarships process transparent, publish the names of everybody who is given a scholarship so that the whole country will know who are getting those scholarships. 17. We will aggressively confront That's number 3. Number 3 is not a small position. We will aggressively confront the illegal mining menace and place a ban on illegal and new mining activities in forest reserve and roll out our Tree for Life and Blue Water initiative to heal and sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by illegal mining into economic and ecological recovery hubs. 18. We will launch the Black Star Experience. Unfortunately, the paper on creative industry couldn't be read because we've run out of time. But in there's what we call the Black Star Experience. It's our major creative industry and tourism initiative. So the Black Star Experience will be launched. It's an initiative as Ghana's flagship culture, arts, creative industry and tourism brand to transform Ghana into a preferred hub for creative industry and tourism. 19. We will commence investigative processes to purge state security agencies of all militia and vigilante elements who are causing havoc in our country. 20. We will reopen investigations into major unresolved criminal cases, including the 2020 election killings, Ayawaso West Wagomba election violence, Murder of Ahmed Swale and Silas Wulo Chame. 21. Will initiate a probe into the man-made disaster caused by the VRA spillage from the Akosombo and Kon dams that displaced and destroyed the livelihoods of thousands of citizens in the Volta region. And we will take immediate steps to provide compensation for the victims, including those in the lower Volta, those in Oti, those in Bono East, those in the Savannah regions, and other areas that were affected by the flooding. We'll carry out a shake-up. We'll carry out a shake-up of all loss-making SOEs and realign them to break even and transition into profit-making. This is a social contract with the people. A lot of people ask me, you're going to find an economy in a mess. How are you going to handle all this? We're going to realign our expenditure. We're going to cut out waste. We'll realign the budget so that we can create more fiscal space in order to finance these projects. We're going to use innovative methods to raise the resources so that we can finance these projects. We're going to prioritize, strictly prioritize, and select the most important projects that will create immediate benefits for the people of Ghana. We're going to put our money where our mouths are. That is what a new NDC government is going to do. Iya maza da mata dan waye na gode kwarai. Ezu manyan mu na ce wanda ya gwada maka soyayya yayi kamar da ke maka gwada mashi soyayya. Ezu don shi ne ana faɗi wai so mai sonka. Yanda zongoni suka gwada muna soyayya insha Allah ale babu karfi e bamu iko mu ma mu gwara musu soyayya haka nan. Ezu don shi ne keni na Sadiq ya fade we insha Allah in muka zo mu duka mun sani kaman zuwa Mecca ya zama one of the 5 pillars of Islam. Amma yau saboda kudin da ya kama da abiya a je Mecca, mutanenmu iyayenmu maza da mata da yawansu sun yi niyya su je Mecca amma ba su yi. Idan Allah ya ba mu mulki muka zo za mu rage kudin Mecca ne kowa inda ya yi niyyar shi ya samu ya je. Karshen mangana na mun sani watan Ramadan in za a yi azumi ana duba watanni kamun a fara Ramadan. In za a kwance azumi ana duba ni a gani wata tukun kwance. Don shi kowane lokaci ya zo a yi kaman waranga sun ci sallah yau gobe waranga kuma su ci sallah. Don shi abinda za mu yi mu kawo zaman lafiya kowa ya ji dadin sallah za mu kara za mu kara ranar hutawa guda shine ana turawa na cira holiday za mu kara guda a kan Idil Fitr don shi in wayan ga sun kwance yau sun ci sallah yau waɗanda sun kwance gobe su ma su samu su ci sallansu. Yau dai Hausan Kano na ya zo sosai ba wasa ba. At this juncture, I want to invite my running mate, Professor Jenano Pokwajiman, our national chairman, General Mosquito Johnson Asiedu Ketia, our general secretary, Fifi Piabekwete, and our minority leader, the Honorable Ato Kesel Paulson, to all join me up here so that we can launch the manifesto. Yeah. Where's the parliamentary candidate for Winneba? Join us up here. We are launching 2 versions of the manifesto today. The manifesto itself and then the Braille version for the visually impaired. We are launching both today. So on behalf of the good people of Ghana, the national executives, the rank and file of the National Democratic Congress, and the youth and women of Ghana, I have the honor and privilege to launch the 2024 Resetting Ghana for Jobs, Accountability and Prosperity Manifesto today. I consider it duly launched.
Change is coming. Kindly resume your seats. Kindly resume your seat. We'll be out of here very soon. Now, we had many thematic speakers, but because of time, we had to cut it short. But with the permission of the General Secretary, the National Chairman, and our flag bearer and leader, we have appointed spokespersons for various sectors of the manifesto. And at this stage, I would like to call out their names for the benefit of the media. From here, they will begin to speak on the various thematic areas in the manifesto. Choboy. So on finance, our spokespersons are 3. Do you know the man who has been keeping Walawale Adam Smith in check? Choboy. Honorable Isaac Adongo, MP for Bolegasa Tanga Central. We also have Dr. Johnson Esiema, and we also have Honorable Mona Kote for finance. For business development, trade and industry, we have Dr. Eben Anowa Ama, Obobia Dakuopoku, and Alhajia Sajida Shiraz. Choboy. On jobs, we have Mr. Guzi Obuadum Tano, Michael Abe, and Mavis Lamisi Apeliba, the 133 lady. Choboy. On food and agriculture and agribusiness, we have Honorable Eric Opoku, Dr. Buama Otukono, and Mr. Harry Yamson. Choboy. On education, we have Honorable Clementa Park, Professor George K. Teodro, and Kwame Alovi. Choboy. On health, we have Honorable Minta Kando, Dr. Jehuapia, and Professor Titus K. Beyo, former Secretary of the Ghana Medical Association, just like Dr. Jehuapia. Choboy. On energy, we have the MP for Yape Kusegu, Honorable John Jenapo, and Honorable Edward Bauer. On infrastructure, we have the incoming Member of Parliament for AAK, Felix Ofosukwache, and the MP for Adaklu, and our Chief Whip in Parliament, Honorable Kwame Agboja, and Mr. Regent Anamo. On youth development, we have Julian Kobina, Anthony Julius, and Dr. Samiaye. Sports development, Dr. Fred Awa, Edem Agbana, and Kwamrache Stuttgart. Gender and social protection, Nana Oye Bampu Ado, and Shamima Muslim. Zongo development, we have Mustafa Abubakari, Alhaji Mohamed Naziru, and Baba Sadiq. Security, Honorable Peter Lancheni Tobu, MP for Wa West, and Honorable Prosper Bani. Governance, the son of man, Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, Honorable Sylvester Mensah, and Emilia Afi Agbenyo.
All right, so it is officially launched. The NDC's 2024 Manifesto has been officially launched by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, together with the running mate, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman, the party chairman, as well as the general secretary of the party, were all up on stage to officially outdoor their policies. Of course, if indeed they go ahead to get the nod come the 7th of December 2024, these are some of the things that they will be rolling out. So they are proposals as it stands now. Key among them I mentioned earlier has to do with the economy, where they spoke about the creation of jobs under the 24-hour economy. They have also spoken about the fight and quest to fight against corruption. It was also a major talking point in the manifesto or the event so far. It has been a very beautiful ceremony. It has been a very fantastic event here at the Jofus Anamwa Auditorium. And party faithfuls, one would also think that it's been a very long day, but here we are. You still have the party faithfuls, the supporters, the teaming sympathizers of the party are all represented till now. It's been a very long day. But Eric is still with me. But before I even cross over to Eric, I just want us to have a quick bite with a few people who are with me here. And let me find out from them exactly what has been their take-home points. What have been some of the key highlights in the event so far? I mean, the launching of the manifesto. What have they picked out of that, so that even they go out, what exactly are they going to tell the other people who are watching at home as well? Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us on Wazor TV. May I know your name and where you are coming from?
My name is Leslie, General Leslie from Tama West.
Very well. So it's been a productive day from my point of view. Tell me your highlight, your key highlight in the presentation made by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
His Excellency John Dramani Mahama spoke well. And then what I cited from is the sanitary part. That is a free sanitation part for our sisters and our moms, you understand me? Because if you see something that is natural, that will be paying tax, a huge tax on it, it's very bad. You understand? So if he said that you're going to give a free sanitation part to our sisters, I'm very excited. And then one thing is about my bets. You understand me? That you don't have.
You talk about the betting tax.
Yes, please. Because I'm very happy about that. Because the youth, there's no job in the system. So if they have a little to even play on my bet, and then you put a tax 10% on it, it's very bad. So as I'm here, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, inshallah, is coming, and he will win power 2025. But we the ghetto for Mahama, we will die for Mahama. You understand me? Because there's no job at the boys in the ghetto. If you watch them now, everything is messed up. You see that? So we are praying on John Dramani Mahama that he should come on power and come and rescue this Ghana for us. And I'm very proud, and because I'm very excited for, we are in Winneba now as I'm talking to you, and that the victory is coming from Winneba. And as I'm here, as we get to, we're going to work hard and rescue this nation for nation Ghana, and we are coming power with John Dramani Mahama and Professor Nana Jane. And then we will rescue as well.
Let me also find out from the other gentleman here. Tell me your name and where you are coming from.
I'm the ghetto minister.
You are the ghetto minister. From which of the ghettos?
Yeah, the whole Ghana.
Yeah. The whole Ghana.
the whole Ghana. You are the ghetto minister. Okay. So, Kachi.
The whole minister, Mahama, I hear you many na. Kasana wakano, I mean, Yaji. In Kankan, you get to Mahama Bano, Obama, get to Chenny Ejuma Bakunimpa Mensa, Ejuma teacher, Mabu Yanjuma. And she said, Mahama Kachan, Charlie Danasi, Netuma, you get to the I just ready said,
Ojidi say ghetto for one to Abama JM.
Yes, sir, you October, you told the whole Ghana. Because of them, you told all the ghetto boys, yeah, bro, the big dimpo, Sisi Akoko, Unkita 10 cities,
Ana upa unsam bomb in India.
Sorry, in India, because in Kofo, where you almost Guamano, this Bontra, Bawamia Bontra, this Bontra economy, Yentum, this Bontra economy, Bawamia, look, Ghana, Yantaba, there's no JM, no Ghana, no JM. No Ghana, yes sir.
Alright, so the ghetto minister says no JM, no Ghana. Just quickly, so I can cross over.
Alright, what we are talking about for the ghetto youth, we are targeting 2.5 ghetto youth for John Dramani Mahama.
2.5 million?
Yeah, 2.5 million ghetto youth across the Ghana, because they are there, they think that they have been neglected, but because of ghetto from, NDC from ghetto, since Papa J, I salute him. Wherever he is, his soul is always with us.
So you mean the ghetto belongs to the NDC?
Not to the NDC. You understand me?
If you are promising a 2.5 million votes from the ghetto.
From the ghetto. And they are ready. They are even going to receiving us. You understand me? Cut across. We have a rep. Cut all the region. If you can go to Ashanti region, they always call us. Because they are ready to fight and rescue the what? The ballot box. That's why we are winning. Yes, I.
Very well. Thank you so much to the reps from the ghetto. Eric, so let me just speak your thoughts quickly. I mean, you've listened to the ghetto king,
yes,
the minister, and then his deputy. They represent the ghetto, and they are promising that they are going to give 2.5 million votes to John Mahama.
Well, that is just to signify the commitment and the pledge they are making now. But at least for now, we know that the NDC has now laid bare what they intend to do if John Mahama becomes the president come January 7, 2025. And so when they go out there to go and campaign, they have issues. The issues are now beyond 24-hour economy, Women's Development Bank, agric mechanization. I believe that if you go in there are several issues that will benefit the masses. For example, there is a policy to help drivers to enter some kind of insurance scheme. This is one significant policy that I believe will help millions, because commercial drivers cut across the length and breadth of this country. They work hard from morning till evening. Now the job has become very competitive, and so when they retire after 40 years, 50 years, or if the cars run down, there should be some form of source of income. And if this retirement or pensions scheme that is supposed to be put together for commercial drivers, I believe this can be extended to several other informal groupings, which will create the opportunities for them at old age. So there's so much in the 2024 manifesto. The rank and file of the party now have enough to speak to. They are not going to be limited to.
Not to cut you. You know, at a point in time, people were asking, especially the opponents were asking, what exactly is the detailed information on the 24-hour economy? I believe that after today's program, that has been simplified enough.
Let me speak to a young lady around. Madam, don't feel shy. Ghanaians are watching you. For you, after this event, how do you feel? What are your expectations and what is motivating you?
My motivation is to vote for John Dramani Mahama and to convince others to also vote for him, because he's bringing a lot of improvement, a lot of change for we youth in Ghana.
How old are you?
21.
21-year-old, so much excited. Let me speak to one more before we wrap up. Madam, you are already smiling. What is putting the smile on your face?
It's obvious. I'm really very happy. Very extremely happy.
That's all you can say. So, gradually,
there is a gentleman beside me. If I don't speak to him, he might leave
a lot of them want to also speak.
So he is a communications officer from Agona, communications member from Agona. Good. Just give me one or two highlights from today's event quickly.
My interest goes to the ladies, or our mommies and our sisters. The tax on pad, I'm very happy. When we came to power and NDC came to power and President Mahama is president, all this tax will be this month. Even especially the youth who are interested in games, which is betting and lotos. Master, they are suffering. You suffer and tear and cast your lotto. After they will take everything from you, 10%. It's not easy. Not easy to get to take 10% from your man. It's not easy. So I'm happy to our ladies. I'm appealing to all ladies to vote for NDC because of the tax they will withdraw from sanitary part. That one there is very important to me, and I'm very happy.
Thank you so much. So
that's how I think we want to draw the curtain for the live coverage.
But before we go, there is one thing I am so happy about, because as a young journalist, I realized what happened to Ahmed Swale could happen to any of us. So when John Mahama mentioned and assured us that they will fight and chase after the killers of Ahmed Swale, I picked it out myself and I realized that, look, this is a good thing to go by.
Even beyond that, I believe many people may know, but for those who may be hearing this, John Mahama himself is a fully paid up member of the Ghana Journalists Association. As a former Minister for Communication, he understands the industry. Throughout the Mills Mahama administration, he demonstrated enough that he believes in journalism and he is standing up to the commitment to checks and balances, and that's what we do. I remember in 2016, even when a reporter put out misleading information to create the impression that he was corrupt, many people were surprised that even beyond that, deep in his heart, he knew he's clean and he didn't use it against that journalist. And up to date, that journalist has come back to single him out as somebody, even under his regime when he was heavily criticized.